And we are live with The Legend of Heroes Trails into Reverie post-game episode 6, the finale of Trails
Rendering
into
browsing
Reverie.
interface.
It is time. The final sets of Reminiscence. Also, I'm still not adjusted to the new ear cups on the headset. I still feel a little... Oh, yeah. And, headset's dying. March 13, 1207 of the Septian calendar. Prince Oliver and Sherazard are married under the blessings of the goddess Adios. The ceremony brings together all manner of heroic figures and merriment. Soon gives way to talk on who among them is the strongest. In the Esmelos garden within the Imperial Palace. If only there were a tournament like the one in Libero to settle this matter, Emperor Eugen said playfully. Seeing the enthusiasm with which the guests respond to the idea, the bridegroom, Prince Oliver, replied, "Then what say we have ourselves a friendly competition? I'm sure I could borrow the race course tomorrow." Wait. So before this man went on a honeymoon, he had a Libero style competition. Unlimited blade cards. Heimdall racecourse. Oh no, the big guns. I was looking forward to this, but everyone seems so intense. Indeed, I'd hate to see how they look in an unfriendly competition. We're way out of our league. Well, save for our resident divine blade. Please, Patrick, that's just the title. I still have a long way to go. Listen, this event will be team-based to keep it from taking up too much of the newlyweds' time. If we work together, we might have a real shot. Especially with you here, Duvalie. Who would have thought you'd stick around for this? Surprise me, Schwarzer, to assume a concept of strength would not interest the leader of the Stallritter. I may not be currently working with the society, and I may feel out of place at wedding ceremonies, but social discomfort is a small price to pay for the chance to hone my skills against such formidable warriors. Of course, a most noble sacrifice. Really not joining in, Kurt? I was gonna ask Laura here the same thing. You don't get a chance like this every day. I'd be lying if I claimed I wasn't sorely tempted. All the combatants are legends in their own right. Well, that's why I determined the real learning opportunity would be studying such legends from the sidelines. And I figured this was it's better off a fight between us. But I do intend on observing every detail until those techniques are burned into my soul. You dorks are all treating this thing like homework, huh? The only way to fully know someone is to see how they handle themselves physically. We should watch with care. Especially our dear instructor! I do wish I could have rooted for my father brother, but oh well. They had to depart already, correct? Yes, all military personnel have had their hands full lately, rebuilding the chain of command and such post-war business. There are also rumors of some kind of movement on the Imperial Army front. General Craig and Uncle Zax will also be returning to work as soon as this competition is crowned a victor. I see. Things as well. Oh yeah, come on, spill the beans. Oh, the Emperor's is stand. Okay, so apparently he can, in fact, stand after the wedding. Whew, thank goodness. Well, I can hardly believe my little joke has been made real overnight. I'm ever so excited. The war may have ended, but it's brought such hardships in its wake. A respite such as this is sincerely appreciated. Mother. Indeed. Oliver did his utmost to throw this together to give everyone a break. We owe it to him to enjoy ourselves. Of course. I'm sure everyone will give it their very best. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, I'd like to ask all participants to choose a partner for the battles ahead. I encourage you all to think not of tactics or strength, but entertainment. I want to see some exciting pairings. Certainly knows how to pump up a crowd. I had thought to join forces with you to see how far you've come, Major General Mardius. But I think pairing up with someone else would be more interesting. And I'm sure the temptation of facing me in combat had nothing to do with it. What's your assessment, Lieutenant General? In terms of spectacle, aligning with the master of 104 military combat like yourself would work well. But I wonder what's going through their heads over there. What a sight, two divine blades and the radiant blade master. Everyone's eager to see who you will choose a partner, myself included. Really, I'm more curious about your choice, Stormwatcher. What about you, Cassius? Care to share your plans with a fellow disciple? I may no longer wield the sword, but pairing up with any of you still feels a bit overkill, doesn't it? As for me, it'd be a pleasure to partner with the Divine Blade of Wind. Hey! If you're sure, then I certainly wouldn't mind that either. For the two of you have a history, something about a historical match at the behest of Lieutenant General Bright. Knowing that, I think it'd be quite the thrill to see you now fight as allies. It's settled then. Very well. I still have much to learn, but may our partnership bear fruit. Feel the very same. Now then. Lieutenant General Vander, we certainly go back a long way, don't we? That we do. First I heard your name was during none other than the 100 Days War. Cassie's Bright, and once I'd heard it, I could not escape it, not even after you became a bracer. You led me to taste bitter defeat time and time again. Flatting words, I'll give you that, but we both know your tactics got me good quite a few times. We've each had our fill of bitter defeat. I've been wanting to wash the taste out over drinks with you for some time. That's so, in that case. Cheers, let's show them what we're made of. Wait, that's teaming up with Lieutenant General Vander? Well, what do you know? I suppose that's water under the bridge. So, Major General, let's say we pair up. It'd be my honor to fight beside the Black Whirlwind. I, too, would be honored to share the battlefield with Craig the Red. Well, Golden Rakshasa, shall we fight side by side once again? You read my mind, let's do it. That means... Holy shit, wait! If we partner with Doobly, that means literally all of the big guns are partnered together. Also, rip Patrick. Like, literally, rest Patrick and Ferris. Is this allowed? I'd already accepted my defeat the moment they chose to participate. For all them to pair up with one another, have they no decency? You're our last hope, Rain. Honestly, I don't think I'll make it very far. I can do without the false modesty, Mr. New Divine Blade. Told you, it's just a title. I'd feel more confident if Inez or Renee were with me, but I still have no intention of backing down. A gap in fighting crowds this vast is not good entertainment to make. Your Highness, the world of combat is one built on experience. Why don't we allow the 20-year-olds to compete in groups of 4? Interesting, yes, I recall they did that in Libero as well. What a thrilling proposal. No one has any objections to proceed with this exciting alteration. The 20-year-olds. Oh. So we're pretty much, so she's pretty much ignoring the fact that Rena's a Divine Blade and Doobly is... Doobly. Who the fuck picked me? Oh, that's what. Anyway, if no one has any objections, we will proceed with this exciting alteration. Before it gets too I want to challenge them to a fair fight. With defeating masters like them on a 2-on-2 fight is a pipe dream at this stage, and right now. In any case, I can't waste the chance to spar with them. Fine by me. It wounds my pride, but I suppose it must be done. Of course, I have no objections. However, would I be allowed to team up with people outside of this group? You and I are rivals, Rain. Why miss the opportunity to cross blades? You may have vested me as mere students, but I've come a long way in recent years. Patrick, if you fight me, I'm going to blow you back. Patrick, you're right. Okay then, let's both give it our all. Then why don't you and I team up, Patrick, for old time's sake? Certainly. Then Celestin and Vincent will make 4. Doobly, would you want to be on the same team? If you like. We fought side by side during the war, so we should work well together easily enough. I appreciate it. Now we just have to decide who our teammates are going to be. I intended to stay an observer, but I shall lend you my blade if you need it. Likewise, with you and Doobly on the team, we might be able to put up a good fight. I can help too. Pick whoever you want, no hard feelings. Oh, I wish I could help, but I'm out without Lammy. Not to worry, Clamp Slice and I will fight enough for the 4 of us. Hey, Rain, we're down to help too. Don't forget about us. Oh, okay, so we're just gonna get run of the picks. Okay, let's go. If you need our help, feel free to... So many great options to choose from, eh? We're spoiled for choice, yes. I'll let you decide who would best suit us. Be quick about it. Oh no. Ooh. You know? The Schwarzer siblings have to come through. Once all teams in the competition were set, a swift lottery was drawn, resulting in the following brackets. Alright, let's see. So we're gonna fight Bardius, then the duo. Then then a Divine Blade match up. Interesting. This is something else. This bracket is absurd. Yeah, we have nothing to fear with our current team. Indeed, all that's left is to go full steam ahead. This means we'll have to get to the finals if we want to go against Schwarzer's team. Getting that point will prove to be quite a challenge, I'm sure. Then we have naught but to give it our very best. We've known each other for a long time now, Reen. But I think it's time we settle this once and for all. If you truly are the one who can make Elise happy, you'll have to prove it with your sword. Patrick, you're on. Elise is just like, what? Now then, it appears our warriors are ready to go. Time to start our first match. Very well, let's get started. This is so unfair. Duvalie the Swift, Sharon the Severing Chains, and Reen Schwarzer, the Divine Blade, and Ashen Chevalier. 3 of them could knock out both of these guys. Each one of us could knock out both of these guys on our own. Let's get started, shall we? You may still be young, but we will not hold back. The Black Road, a man who could fend off McBurney's flames. And Craig the Red, Lieutenant General of the 4th Armored Division. Fearsome opponents to have to face in our first match. We'll have to go all out. All up, you say? Let the battle begin.
You won't be breaking through us so easily. Feel the might of Imperial generals.
Order. Nope. All right.
Eternally flowing. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form.
First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. 8 leaves. Breaking dawn!
Here I come. Prepare yourselves! There! Fragrant garden!
At least it's no slow. So this fight is just completely unfair.
I am the Severing Chains, no more! Your fate has been weaved in wires. Fall into death's embrace!
Ladies of Borbors, like
You put up a good fight. You've grown admirably.
Well then, shall we?
I'm only just getting started! Prism Caliber! Well then, shall we? I'm only just getting started! Prism Caliber!
Oh, I knew you had it in there.
You were never a match for me.
Oh yeah, there's a Pokemon Presents this morning, and I'm just like, We got a release date for the DLC. Here's part 1 of it. We got Detective Pikachu 2 release date, and more Overtune raids. Yeah, I don't know. And that's a wrap. Team Shores from the Swift are the winners. Of course we are. So that's how it is. We've done quite strong, young ones. We sure wasn't expecting us to lose in the very first round. It appears we're getting rusty in our exercises. We only made it this far due to certain handicaps, I assure you. It was an honor to win the prize generals. However, you may have lost, but I'm quite happy to see how far you've come. I used to say you'll find yourselves against far stronger foes in the future. Victory requires ambition. You'll have to go above and beyond if you want power that defeats the likes of them. Don't lose your way. I won't. Thank you for your kind words. I should continue to stay in the course. And that's a wrap. Team Bright and Vander wins. Sting would lose in the first round. How shameful. And after I taunted Green like that too. My apologies, Master Patrick. I'm afraid my aid wasn't of much use. We had fierce opponents, but it's clear we would have struggled even against lesser enemies. We really would have. Now, no need to be so humble. Indeed, your code fencing is quite polished and your teamwork is sound. The dignity you could conduct yourself with as noble youth of the Empire is truly something to behold. Patrick's team was pretty tough, but I guess that wasn't enough. Lieutenant Generals Cassius Bright and Zex Vander. They really are the very definition of unstoppable. They're undoubtedly the very best in this competition. I'd love to see what they can do firsthand. Well, frankly, we're in no position to worry about anyone or anything other than our next opponent. At last, our time shines. Are you prepared, Swift? My lord has acknowledged your strength, Golden Rakshasa. I'm as ready as I can be. You stand as the Vander School Storm Watcher. As a student of the 8 Leaves, it'll be my pleasure to fight you. This is gonna hurt! Let the battle begin.
I, the Storm Watcher, challenge you.
Taste the blade of the Golden Rakshasa!
Okay, it's not gonna hurt. 100% evade for 4 turns, that's stupid.
Fiercest fire! Blazing swarm!
Eternally flowing. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form.
First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, 8 leaves. Breaking dawn!
Now comes the real challenge.
Here I come. Prepare yourselves. Ah! There! Fragrant Garden!
I'm only just getting started.
Well then, shall we?
I'm only just getting started.
I love going to weddings
Some
on Saturday, and I'm still recovering.
Sublime work.
Oh, dude.
I am severing chains. No more. Your fate has been weaved in wires. Fall into death's embrace.
Show me you can withstand this. You're it come! Rakshasa onslaught!
Here I go.
Certainly. Arcus activate.
I'm up.
Hurrah! Here I go. Arcus activate. Steel yourself.
You're so kind.
Splendidly done.
Farewell for now.
Nice. That'll do it.
Diligence is its own. It feels good to improve.
Oh, how lovely.
And that's a wrap. Team Schwarzer and Swift win. Well done, everyone. You weren't giving this your all, were you? Well, I just prioritized working as a two-woman cell. Besides, it's not as though your team gave it everything it had. Lady Aurier, the way you've merged Vanderstal with your Eastern Naginata was masterful. Principal Egwene, I knew nothing less would come from a master of both the Arcane and Vander styles of combat. Blend those two styles together to make a whole new way of fighting. That's no simple feat. I can't help but have an immense respect for the both of you. You say that, but as a divine blade, the concept isn't foreign to you. If I recall, each of the 8 leaves' forms is quite different from one another, yes? We also heard that one needs to have a strong foundation of all the forms if one is to begin the path toward mastery. The 7th form, Void, is supposedly the most difficult one to grasp. And you have well and truly grasped it like no other. Yeah. Reen is a master of the Void form. I don't remember what Cassius is. And Arios is the 2nd form. Gale. However, if you aspire to even greater strength, the road ahead of you will be a very difficult one. It's just as you said. I may have come this far, but I'm still just parroting my master. Schwarzer. If that's the case, then perhaps my skill is also an imitation of my lord's. I must use this opportunity to figure out how I can continue to improve. General Egwene, isn't it amazing how brilliant and bright the younger ones are? It is. They're like gleaming treasure troves of potential. But as of now, they still need a bit of polish. Schwarzer, you know what must be done, so I'll spare you my direction. Indubitably the Swift, yes? Your swordsmanship has improved tremendously since the war. But if you aim for even greater heights, then I must ask you again, do you wish to train under me? For the last time, I must decline. How could anyone possibly train under someone as terrifically strong as you? Wow! Doing some recruitment, huh, Aurelia? I'd better pick up the pace myself. With your level of skill, the Vander School will gladly welcome you. Have you both forgotten that I'm a member of the society? No, they haven't. They just don't give a shit. That's it. Team Arcade and McLean win. Damn, sex really is the handicap of handicaps then. Victory is ours then. Whew, we did it. A triumphant victory indeed. Reading each other's movements and trading blows. In the end, it was your flurry of attacks that made the difference. That would probably explain why I'm the most exhausted one here. It almost looks like I'm the one that got defeated here. Victor having one arm. It still sucks. But you know, Cassius, had you used the sword against me, I'm not sure I would have been able to hold. Oh, yeah! Cassius' strength is greater than Ario's, but only when using the sword. Damn it! Cassius, why you nerf yourself like that? I'll hold you back. It's been well over decades since I last held a sword. I've long since been surpassed. At the end there, it felt like time had completely stopped. Maybe the battle would have ended differently if I was as focused as the rest of you. Please, the only reason this match was competitive in the first place was due to your precise offense. And you know, losing after giving everything you've got in a battle still feels pretty good. I agree with you there. The battle is finally able to fight at your side, Lieutenant General Bright. Likewise, my friend. Sicarius and Viscount Orsay were the winners over there. It appears they had an incredible battle. Even with just one arm, the Empire's greatest is no joke. Even the One Eye and Divine Blade couldn't defeat them. Nevertheless, I can't believe we were given the honor of bearing witness to such legendary battles. What fun this is turning out to be. It's an honor. But this means our opponent in the finals are... Before we get to that, could you hold on for a moment? Your Highness. I can't watch everyone have these amazing battles then continue to stand idly by. I can't help but be harkened back to competing in Libero's own martial arts competition. What say you to a very special match against me? I'm sorry to have you tag along with me on a whim, Tobal. You as well, often. I ask you to lend me your skills for just the one battle. Don't feel the need to apologize, Your Highness. It'd be nice if I could have my dear sister Sherazard participate in these battles as well. You're not the only one who thinks that would be nice, but I suppose for now I can just get a front row seat to my hubby's heroic figure. Well, now I really can't afford to embarrass myself. I'm not sure how well I'll be able to provide support, but I'll do my best not to slow either of you down. Don't worry, Princess, I won't let anyone lay a finger on you. If you're that concerned, then perhaps I will lend a hand. Oh no! Crimson Rosalia. Rosalia. My relationship with the Arnor family goes back quite some time, and besides, watching is far too boring. That is reason enough for me to roll up my sleeves and show you what I can do. I can't have this fabric getting dirty. So we're receiving aid from the Witch of Witches herself. Wonderful. Olivia's just like, ah! So we're receiving aid from the OG of OGs. Let's go. Should be a huge help, yeah, but... Wait, Rose, what are you thinking? You'll eclipse all the other fighters. And when did you even get here? There's no way she's in her 20s. She's probably creeping up on her 800. Fee! Good thing she still looks like a brat. What is grandmother thinking? Don't mind the details. Competitions like this are always more interesting with a wild card like her. And it's not like Reen and the others are worried, right? Yeah, both our other opponents are well-versed arts users, so this will be a great chance to test their skills. I never expected the Elder of the Witches to join the fray. This ought to make for a good challenge. To top it all, we're also facing the Zero Artisan and the Botcherous Prince. What a treat. It's time for a little payback after you nosied yourself into my way at the Infernal Castle. Oh man, I forgot all about that. If I remember correctly, you were with the Phantom Thief that day. No matter, prepare yourselves for battle. As a fellow Thor's alumnus, I don't plan on going down without a fight. Likewise. Well then, let's make this a battle for the ages. At least, don't hold anything back. Of course, Your Highness. Oh no. Uh-oh. Now, let the battle begin.
I'm ready when you are.
I'll honor you with my very best.
Nor will I. Come at us with all you have.
Leave this all to me.
This is so bad! I'm fucking terrified.
Fiercest fire! Blazing swarm!
Eternally flowing. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form.
First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, 8 leaves. Breaking dawn!
I'm rather worked up.
Oh, jeez! Is Rose like a glass cannon?
Here I come. Prepare yourselves.
Cause that'd be funny.
Ah! There! Fragrant garden! Perhaps my age is catching up.
A bit early for the finale, don't you think? Here's where it starts to smart.
I expected nothing less from you. Well then, shall we? I'm only just getting started. Prism Caliber!
Wow, got me impressed.
You were never a match for me.
Nice. That'll do it.
Diligence is its own reward. It feels good to improve.
Oh, how lovely.
That's it. Reed and Duvali's team wins. You blew us out of the water there. I expected nothing less. Please guide us with your flawless aim and the waves of arts attacks from all 4 of you. If we'd made one wrong move, we would have lost. Pains me to say this, but Reen's right. The 0 arson and 2 of Arnor blood. The prince I knew was strong, but the princess was impressive in her own right. Yep! So here's the thing. This is pretty much confirmation of what I've been saying since we did the Fallen Prince Daydream. Alphen is stronger than Cedric. Unfortunately for Cedric, it's by a lot. That witch was never going to be much competition though. It means a lot to hear you say that. My efforts paid off. You did well, Your Highness. Well, Shorzerd, it astonishes me greatly how much you and your fellow companions have grown. Suppose we won't be taking home that delectable grand prize then. What are you talking about? The ultimate champions would receive massive cakes made by the royal family's bakers. I'm pretty sure that's not a thing. What? But Vita told me. You cursed prodigal child! You fooled me! Vita! Hey, the important thing is that Vita's here. I'm more concerned that you fell for it. Come now, liven up the mood and serve us some good old pre-match entertainment, didn't it? You're not wrong. I'm glad I got a chance to feel how far you've come myself, Reed. At this rate, the finals are set to be a true spectacle to behold. Well, you're gonna have to look inside yourself for that. Now that the great twilight has come and gone, it's up to you to figure out what to do with that. Reed. Jeez, you're such a handful. I should have known it was that. I get the feeling it's about how you view that power of yours. I'm expecting great things from you, Reen, in the next match and beyond. Thank you. Now we just need a little rest and it's on to the finals. We'll heal you guys up, okay? Consider thank you and an apology for throwing this extra match on you. With the extra match over, Reen and his friends. It didn't take long for them to recover their stamina after a brief rest. It was then time for the finals. Reen, you've done well to come this far. It's all thanks to my comrades. Reen, I know we only just met at the wedding yesterday. The Master Kafai has long spoken of you. You're his last direct disciple, the one who completed 8 leaves in the truest sense. I'm aware that Master has entrusted me with that position. I mean no disrespect, but even now I have doubts. We all have doubts. We all feel lost. Until recently, even I was plagued by uncertainty. Arius. That said, I'm glad we get to share the stage like this. But there's one thing I can't help but wonder. How long do you intend on keeping that power of yours to yourself? Well, that question did cross my mind when we fought as well. Likewise, it's perplexed me since our very first battle. I believe it's called Spirit Unification. Wait, do we not have access to it? Because I've just been completely ignoring it this entire time, but does we not have access to it right now? I assumed that once the cause of the Empire's curse was gone, that it would vanish as well. But that doesn't appear to be the case. That's right. The ogre seed within me that served as a sacrifice has disappeared. And yet the power to master is something else entirely. Using the void breathing technique that my master taught me, I can call forth its power at will. There isn't a guarantee you won't lose yourself again in the process, however. That's why you can't bring yourself to use it. Am I correct in that assumption? You are. If that were to happen, and I ended up hurting someone I cared about, I see. You really are a handful, aren't you? Compose yourself, Reed Schwarzer. Doobly. I need you to remember what you saw in your battles long ago, when your ogre powers reached their peak and even your hair and eye color changed. You were the most dangerous you'd ever been, but did any of your friends flee from you in fear? No, if anything, they stayed with me to keep me in check when I needed them most. And no matter what happened, they fought by my side. Then don't use them as an excuse. Whether you use your power or not, it is entirely up to you. You've been freed from that curse. Now, you just have a new challenge to overcome. How you do that is something not only you, but those who fought by your side must work out. Just like how Inez, Inea, and my lord faced me head on after I diverged from the Stalrider. Oh. Bro! Use it! Still, this is you we're talking about. You're probably not used to this sort of thing yet. But listen, as long as you're alone, you'll never reach the heights you seek. Now I've inherited my lord's spirit. I train day and night with Inez and Inea. If you keep dragging your feet, you'll soon get left behind. Yeah, I can't afford to let that happen. Thank you, Doobly. There's no need to thank me. I've done nothing to deserve it. Looks as though the advice from your fellow people is unnecessary. Woo, Doobly sure is keeping a close eye on Reem. Could it be she wants him to keep up with her? Oh boy! Stop twisting my words. I just need Schwarzer to stay strong so that I have a worthy rival. Don't worry, I feel the same way. Let's both give this our all so that someday we can reach her. I don't need you to tell me that. Either way, keeping that power to yourself in front of Sir Victor and I doesn't seem wise. That's enough dawdling.
It's time we do battle.
Oh, now it's voice?
Taste the very essence of the 8-leaf second form.
Come on, Reen. Spirit unification it up.
We're ready to accept your challenge.
Schwarzer, this is the best chance we have of showing them what we can do.
I'll do all I can to back you up. I'm here to provide backup. They really should have just voiced it all.
And begin!
Those without resolve cannot hope to win against my blade.
Then it's time you've seen my resolve.
Recognize spirit unification. Yep, they blocked this from using it.
Let's go!
Spirit unification!
Let's go!
Fierce as fire! Blazing swarm!
Let's go! Eternally flowing. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form.
First! Second! Third! Fourth! Fifth! Sixth! Seventh! 8 leaves! Breaking dawn!
Here I come. Prepare yourselves. Ah! There! Fragrant garden!
This is far from finished.
No, it's actually pretty close to this.
Well then, shall we? I'm only just getting started. Prism Caliber!
We are far from finished.
Damn, the workers.
I am the severing chains. No more. Your fate has been weaved in wires. Fall into death's embrace.
Radiant wings. Behold, the radiance of our city! Radiant Phoenix Blade! Wind, raise me whole! It's my turn! Fierce as fire! Blazing swarm! It's my turn!
19k?
Ha! Got you!
Very well.
Not on my watch! Savage wins. He is one with my sword. Here I go! Escapist! Kill! Second flash! Raging Tempest!
I shall assist.
Lovely.
Fierce as fire! Blazing swarm!
I shall assist. Here I go.
It's my turn! Ha! It's down!
Too slow.
Most impressive.
I'll fight. Here I go. Arcus, activate. There!
It's my turn!
Bro. How dare you survive an attack? Who gave you that?
Most impressive. Alright, nice work, team. Nice! That'll do.
Diligence is its
I don't care. This match is over. Reen and Duvali's team wins. We did it. Yeah, just barely. So this is the true power of Void. Well, I could see it up close and personal. Surely a battle worthy of the title Divine Blade. And Swift, your swordplay held mysterious complexities that the Arcade style doesn't. Well, it's the style my lord taught me, so naturally it would. I'm honored. It was an absolute privilege to bear witness to the Arcade style and the second form. And then there was your spirit unification. Looks like you managed to use it without losing yourself. But it looks like you still haven't drawn everything from it that you can. Very observant, Arios, that's correct. It's true that there's another state to unification. Spirit unification, no. I've actually managed it once before. It doesn't appear to be something I can just use at will, though. I'm always taking the long route, aren't I? Everyone does at one point or another. It's fine to pause from time to time and look at where you are, as long as you don't freeze in place. Not that I'm in any position as on. I'm sure Master Kafai would say the same thing. You're right, Arios. Does sound like something he'd say. Master Kafai. He hasn't been seen since the last war. I'll have to make progress as a Divine Blade before we next meet. As far as my power is concerned, I'm going to find a good opportunity to talk to my friends about it. Thank you so much, Arios and Viscount Arcade, and you too, do believe. I already told you that I haven't done anything. Walk the path you believe it. At the end of that road should be the perfected form of the sword you wish to wield. Oh, that we can all reach the heights that we strive for. Absolutely, and of course. And so the unofficial competition came to an end with Reen's team victorious. Against all odds, they were able to fight off some of modern history's greatest warriors. And while there was no prize or reward, Reen Duvali walked away with a certain renewed sense of fulfillment. Not long after. You plan to rejoin the society? it looks like I have to take a massive break midstream. Anyway, to be quite honest, I haven't decided yet. I'd like to hear the Grand Master's thoughts straight from the horse's mouth before I do anything. I too am curious about the situation with the bird. Considering the circumstances, the question of my future can wait a little longer. But make no mistake, my pride for my lord will never falter, and I will always be head knight of the Tall River. Though she may no longer walk among us, as long as I draw breath, I will carry her will. And as in I feel much the same, of that I have no doubt. Given that, I'd wager there's a rather good chance I'll remain in the society. I see. During her time in its ranks, my lady never betrayed her principles. I've sworn to follow in her path. If forces are generally allowed to do as they please, I can't foresee that being a problem. And as an AM may disapprove, but I will follow the path I believe in all the same. I will let nothing and no one take that away from me. Such, if we have reason to fight side by side again, I would have no qualms about doing so. I gotcha. I'll use any and all means available to strengthen the swordsmanship bestowed upon me by my lady, even if I must endure passing humiliation. What? Perhaps even learning from Lady Le Guin may one day prove beneficial. Well, damn, I never expected to hear those words out of you. Do not underestimate my resolve, Schwarzer. And naturally, I cannot permit you to simply remain idle either. Of course, even if our paths diverge, that doesn't change the fact that we're kindred spirits who have fought side by side. Your dedication to the sword has been downright sad, but I've got no invested by it. You really cannot help yourself, can you? How can you say something like that with a straight face? I'll never understand. Still, I'm glad your resolve is unshakable. Now that I've acknowledged your skills, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Let us test our skills against one another again in a duel one day.
Oh no, it's voiced again.
This is a promise between swordsmen. I trust you'll honor it?
I didn't realize you thought that much of me. But yeah, you're on.
Take Mikazuchi? Okay, I'm gonna be right back. Proper BRB now. And then we'll go for a little bit more, and then I'll have to take the stupid big break because apparently everyone else in the house is useless. BRB. Yeah, I bet you will.
Slap of Reminiscence activated.
Ugh. Early March 1207 of the 17th calendar. Commanding the Viceland army in the war, the one-time head of Lemaire's forces was set to remain principal of Thor's branch campus. To that end, she found herself poring over reams of paperwork. Yeah, I suppose it's about time for a break. When I first took this position, I never thought I'd stick with it. Thinking about the changing landscape of the continent, there's great significance behind staying here. Never planned on going back to the provincial army anyway. I need to put my all into being the principal for Lady Mildine as well. Evaluating the structure of the Sword's main campus and revival club activities. The main campus is going to see major changes, and the branch campus is going to expand in scope. In addition to a reshuffling of the teaching staff, more brought on board, and the number of students will increase greatly. For now, it looks like I'll be in charge of the arts. Instructor Mary and I will have to coordinate not just when it comes to classes, but clubs as well. If I remember correctly, she's currently back home taking some time off. I remember when she came to me to talk about her romantic one. It was at the farewell party the night before the Battle of Jormungandr. I believe Wallace was there as well. Speak of the devil. Speak, what is it? I see, understood. Well, now, this should be fun. Does this have any battles in it? Because battles are like the most like annoying bits. Oh, no. There you are, Barry. I'm sorry for asking you here during such a busy time of the school year. I've even caused you to use up some of your valuable vacation time. It's perfectly right. I managed to finish everything I needed to do. Thank you for the opportunity to take a break and come home for once. So what is it you wanted to speak with me about, Father? Well, see, I'm happy that your career is going so well. However, well, I suppose there's no sense in beating around the bush. What exactly is the status of your relationship with that man? Do you mean Makarov? Yes, him! All the vitriol in him! That scruffy-looking commoner with no sense for the fine arts. I learned you two had been seeing each other for over a year, the night before the Great War started. It was still just a phone call, but I could tell from seeing and know them that night that he's a strong-willed sort of man. He's even Professor Schmidt's second disciple. However, what exactly has he done in the half year since? He's still yet to give you a formal proposal or buy you a ring. Yes, but I thought you accepted his explanation when we came to visit. You mean after the war? To be frank, Professor Schmidt still has yet to recognize any of the results I've produced thus far. Until that happens, I won't feel as though I've earned my keep as a professional researcher. Once I've accomplished that, then and only then will I be ready to settle down with Mary. So please, ask that you remain patient for a little while longer. I just need a bit more time. His words were quite impactful, but they lacked convincing. To make matters worse, I haven't heard a single word from him since. Just what are these results he spoke of? Isn't he an instructor first and foremost like yourself? I assure you he has his reasons, even if you, of all people, find that hard to believe. Enough, I'd rather move on from discussing him. I summoned you here today to talk about something else entirely. You have a marriage interview coming soon, Mary. Pardon? What in the world are you talking about? I respect the feelings you hold for that man. However, I can tell how unsatisfied his hesitancy has left you. So he has his reasons, but not even you understand what results he's searching for. No, not specifically. But he still has my support regardless. That may be, but I can't simply stand by and let you all in suspense like this. As for this interview, someone very respected was willing to arrange this meeting. It would reflect poorly on our house should you refuse to go through with it now. Scheduled for tomorrow, I can expect you to be there, yes? He's also said you've put me into a position where I can't refuse. Let me be clear, I'm not forcing you to marry this person. I simply want you to keep your options open. As they say, experience is everything in life. As for who the suitor is, I'll leave that as a surprise. His character is even higher than his social standing, I assure you. Cap. That is all. I suggest you get a good night's rest out of tomorrow. Father, we're not done talking. I said that is all. Fine, please excuse me. You could just not go. Y'all need to stop overcomplicating. One step forward. That night. So that's what this is all about. It's my fault that it's come to this. Please don't blame yourself, I'll be fine. My father said he wasn't going to force anything on me, so he should still respect my decision. Really? Well, that's a relief at least. So does that mean you were at least a little concerned? A little more like in an absolute panic. Still, you wouldn't have to go through this if I were just a little more reliable. That's not how I see you at all. You're working as hard as you can, that's something to be admired. No, getting these results for the old man is just a matter of pride. I'm not gonna be the man I ought to be until the job is done. They say I'm that stubborn old goat second disciple, but I left the institute without presenting a capstone project. Just look at everything George and Tina have already accomplished at their ages. Compared to them, I'm pathetic. Mako Elf. So, would you happen to be at the branch campus's research building again today? Yeah, Einhell Keep is here, and that makes for the perfect testing ground. The main campus is no slouch, but this is sort of the professor's home turf. Suppose it would be. I take the details of your project are still confidential, then. Yeah, sorry about that. It's all got to stay under wraps until it's complete. I promise you'll be the first one to know once that old man's satisfied. Once that's done, I'll be paying your father another visit. You don't have to worry about that. My father may be impatient, but I'm in no rush. Take your time. It's getting late, so I should go. Please try not to push yourself too hard. I won't. I've only got one class tomorrow, so I was thinking of pulling an all-nighter. But just for you, I'll take it easy. Talk to you soon. He's neck deep in his research as ever. Makarov tries to hide it, but I can tell how concerned he is about me. It'd be selfish to ask for more than that. Just once, I wish he'd say he was going to come rushing to my side. No, this only goes to show how much faith he has in me. I need to show the same faith in him. I'll have to politely turn down whatever suitor father has arranged for tomorrow. There's no spoiler on who it is. I'm actually actively looking at the thing, but it doesn't say. So the day of the arranged marriage meeting arrived. Much to everyone's surprise, media for said event was none other than the ruler of the Sutherland province, Marquis High Arms. However, their arranged partner Mary was to meet came as an even greater surprise. Oh. Oh! Brigadier General Wallace. Oh, excuse me. You were promoted to Major General, as I recall. It's fine. I wouldn't expect you to call me by my rank anyway. I believe the last time we saw each other was the evening before the Great War. Yes, I believe so. It's good to see you again. But there hasn't been some sort of mistake, has there? Don't be so rude, Mary. Please forgive my daughter's behavior, Your Lordship, Major General. It's alright. Her surprise is understandable. Major General Bardius has quite the reputation in Sutherland, but he's hardly known as a ladies' man. He's been approached about potential partners for marriage before, but he's never accepted even once. So as the Marquis says, this is my first time meeting with a partner for an arranged marriage. That's because I had never felt anything toward a potential suitress until now. I've only met Lady Mary once before. I became somewhat of a secret admirer of hers. What sort of man would I be if I let an opportunity like this pass me by? I had to accept. Dude, you know she's in a relationship. You had to say no. You feel that way about me, Lord Wallace? Well, then I heard that my daughter won the favor of a man such as yourself. Father, recall speaking with Lord Wallace and Lady Aurelia about my romantic troubles the night of the party. She know how I feel, so why is he doing this? In that case, imagine things should go quite smoothly. Yes, so it seems. For as a crowd, wouldn't you say? Why don't we give them some privacy? Take as long as you need you to. House Altheim and House Bardius are among the most distinguished families in Sutherland. It is my pleasure to serve as mediator. I'll be expecting good news. I'll do what I can. I'm so... Fuck's sake, man! St. Arc truly is a wonderful and charming city, don't you think? Before it was the chalk color it is today, it was a shining white beacon that served as the capital following the calamity of the Dark Ages. And once peace returned, it became the home to Erebonia's renaissance of the fine arts. Correct, it's said that Southern's warmer climate played a hand in sparking people's interest and desire for the arts. That's how Alice Alfine came to own several works of art from the era of the old capital. What about your house, Lord Wallace? Well, House Marty's planted its roots in Erebonia after the War of the Lions, so it has a lot of heirlooms from that era. Still, I've always been fonder of paintings and music personally. That's part of what draws me to you as a teacher of the arts. You don't say. That's very flattering. How about I buy us some drinks, then we can sit at one of the benches and chat some more. Well, alright. It's not quite the same as resting at a cafe, but it sounds delightful anyway. I never thought of it that way. It's just my own personal interpretation. That said, I didn't take you for the time to have such a deep knowledge of the arts. I'm truly impressed. May so, but I could never compare to you. Your wisdom of the field goes far beyond your years as an instructor. Please, you flatter me. I have to admit that I didn't expect to have such a lively conversation with you about the arts. Do you have conversations like this with Lady Aurelia often? Well, I'd be lying if I said we haven't had our share of meaningful conversations, though we haven't had the time to talk together like this in some time. My apologies for bringing this up so suddenly, Lady Mary. Were you truly shocked when you realized I was the one here for you today? Yes, but you don't have to apologize. The way I responded back at the estate was unbecoming. I'm sorry for that. I believe I've fully gathered my thoughts on the situation now, and I better understand your true intentions. Do you now? I haven't forgotten the advice you gave me on matters of the heart during the send-off party before the war. If I had to guess, you're doing this to help my family retain its respect. You took this meeting knowing full well how it would end, didn't you? I'm truly sorry for getting you involved in House Alfheim's internal matters. Not at all. I believe there's been a fundamental misunderstanding between us. There has? I spoke the truth when I said that I was quite fond of you. Did you think those weren't my true feelings? Pardon? Well aware of how you feel toward Makarov. Given that, it may be uncouth for me to confess my feelings to you now of all times. Though just the same as him, I'm at the age where it's time I start to seriously consider marriage. Even if there are my way. Fuck's sake, Wallace! It's only natural I give an earnest attempt to pursue someone who would be a good fit as my partner. And that someone is me. Yes, and it all started on the night of that party. I saw how wholeheartedly and loyally you cared for Makarov, irrational as it may be, that drew me to you. So much so that I quietly grew to resent him for making you wait like you have. I couldn't help but think that I would never treat you that way. I'm aware that confessing these feelings now will only increase the burden that's weighing on you. But I couldn't simply give up. I'm a stubborn man who let his pride get in the way. I'm sorry, Lady Mary. I can only imagine how confusing this must be for you. Nevertheless, I want you to understand that my feelings are genuine. Is he serious? But if you still don't believe me, then there's somewhere I'd like to have you accompany me. Would you do the honor? Bro, really? Really? God damn, man. You're referring to Chardin Boutique. But why here? Because there's something I'd like to get for you, if that's alright. Consider it a testament to just how sincere my feelings are. I don't know what to say to that. I can't possibly reciprocate, even if your feelings are sincere. Makarov is the one As I said, I'm well aware that what I'm doing is rather unrefined and possibly even unreasonable. All I ask is that you hear me out. Bro, I'm about to have a fucking heart attack. Not a heart attack, more like panic attack while I went streaming. Like, what the fuck? I got a sense there's something about your and Makarov's relationship that is still in doubt. That's because he's not necessarily wrong. Father's picked up on that too. That's why he's been so concerned. That look on your face tells me you're aware of this as well. All the more reason I can't simply back down. Dude, have you tried helping her with her problem instead? What's this? I know a ring would be a bit too sudden, but I hope you can accept this. Is this a Margaret corsage? That's right, in the language of flowers, the Margaret means true love. It represents my feelings toward you. Smooth, bro, smooth. True love. I also ask that you consider social standing as two people that both come from noble houses. I'm only the son of a baron, but I do have an accomplished military career under me. That seems to be enough to satisfy Count Alfheim. And as a man, I'm confident I can make you happy. The direction things have gone since the war, I suspect the next era will be a trying one for the nobility. Our house could support one another through it if we were together. I suppose that's true. It's alright, I'm not asking for an immediate answer. My only hope for today was for us to get to know each other better. I know how unreasonable it would be to expect an answer so soon, so I think we should end things here. I'll come for your answer tomorrow. Hope you'll think carefully about who the best partner for you really is. Bro! Oh, I hate this dude. Well, then I'll take my leave for now. I'll be looking forward to good news. Oh. Poor Mary! How did it come to this? What do I tell Makarov? The best partner for me. How do I truly feel? So the following day... Sounds as though the two of you had quite the productive day yesterday. I understand you asked us here because there's something you want to say. What is it? Could we have agreed to accept the Major General as a suitor? I'm ready for your answer if you are, Lady Mary. Very well. I spent all of last night giving serious consideration to my response. While I'm incredibly flattered and grateful for your feelings, Lord Wallace, I'm afraid I cannot return them. Are you certain? Oh dear. You might ask why. It's rather simple. Because I'm in love with Makarov. Are you really? Yes. Please forgive me for being rude, but you're sure that love is real? Of course I am. In that case, could I ask you to explain your feelings to us? Hey, can I ask for the impossible? Fuck's sake. Reason why when you're yes. If I'm being honest, I don't know how to explain it myself. But starting at how Makarov and I first met. Go on. This is a good opportunity for me to learn as well. Please continue, Mary. I was still a naive, sheltered girl when I was first hired by Thors. I didn't know whether I was cut out for teaching. The first days were full of stumbles, and I felt as though I was always causing problems for my colleagues. I recall Makarov in particular being rather cold. I even considered him frightening. But as we interacted more and more, I came to know his true character. Yes, at first glance, he can seem slovenly and come across as aloof. But the truth was, he was watching over me more than anyone else. Makarov was giving me help and advice in his own nonchalant way. And that isn't to say he was giving me special treatment, it was simply who he was. And as the days passed, I began to respect him for it without even realizing it. I even grew fond of the heartwarming relationship he holds with his niece Mint. And then, after the Civil War ended, my feelings became all too clear to me. It wasn't just respect I felt toward him. Oh. Isn't that something? But why him of all people? Bro, I'm going to reach into the screen and smack this dude. Wallace is being weird, but her dad's being an asshole. Father, does the 10-year age gap and difference in social standing bother you that much? I don't believe any of that matters when it comes to matters of the heart. Well...
I understand that I'm a sheltered woman who lacks enough life experience to lecture anyone on the matters of the heart.
Holy shit, I did not expect her voice to sound like that. Because my remembrance of the voices in Cold Steel 1 and 2 is nigh on non-existent.
But I believe in my heart that my love for Makarov is true, and I wish to make our love come true.
Who the fuck voices her? Hold on a second. No, I need to look this up now. Kiseki. Of course, it doesn't tell us who the English voice is. Fuck's sake! English voice Mary. Oh. It doesn't say. Anyway, fuck it. I don't care.
And so, I must apologize. Perhaps it would be better if we forgot this arrangement was ever proposed.
So that's how it is. I see how deep your feelings for Makarov run now.
Then, does that mean you...
You feel that strongly about him, Mary.
How could any of us deny it after hearing all that?
I would urge you not to be so hasty, Lady Mary.
That voice, is it? I was wondering where you were. Please pardon my intrusion, Lord High Arms and Count Altheim. A stand arranged marriage is being discussed today. It was only right for me to drop what I was doing to come straight here. Whatever do you mean? Are you saying you're in favor of this arranged marriage, your ladyship? That I am. But why? I cannot deny that your feelings for Makarov are genuine, Lady Mary. However, you're right, there's still the matter of how Makarov himself feels. I can recognize that you indeed love him, but what if that love is unrequited? It's so much more serious than before. Surely that isn't the case. I know he feels the same about me. If that's the case, why is it that you two haven't been seeing each other much as of late? Did he not leave you behind and take his research to the branch campus's hangar? Yes, he has been in leaves. That's because there's an important project Makarov has no choice but to finish. You don't sound very sure of yourself, Lady Mary. Again, I cannot deny that the two of you share a genuine bond. But could the same now become true of yourself and Wallace? I've known this man since we were students, and never once has he let me down. He's always met my expectations and lent his support. As a noble, a soldier, and a comrade, you've directed that loyalty to someone you love. I have no doubt he would devote himself to them. He would never leave your side or keep you waiting. He would live up to your expectations and become a better partner to you than Makarov ever could. Something tells me you suspect that as well. Even Countess Le Guin recognizes what kind of man the Major General is. Mary, I understand how sincere your feelings are. All I want is for you to choose a partner who will prioritize your happiness above all else. That is my only wish as your father. I know, Father, but I can't possibly change how I feel so easily. What can I say to them? I'm not gonna lie.
Now hold your horses.
Hey, is that the man himself?
If anybody's gonna be by Mary's side, it should be me.
Makarov. Looks like we made it just in the nick of time. What the fuck is mid here? What a shame. I was hoping to see what would happen if it took you longer. You can be real bully sometimes, you know that? What? Well. It looks splendid. Is this the machine I've been hearing so much about? The new soldat you've been developing with the aid of Schwarzer and the others. Is it finished? Yeah, I even got Professor Schmidt to acknowledge it as my capstone project. It'll still be a while before it's announced to the public, so keep this a secret. But now that it's done, there's nothing stopping me from standing by your side. I'm finally a man worthy of you. Yeah. Oh, Makarov. Worthy, eh? A little ironic when you say it. Your project is what kept her waiting and led to you interrupting an arranged marriage proposal in the first place. I'm not going to make any excuses. What I do know is that I could never call myself a man again if I didn't stop what was happening. I know I half-ass some important things when it comes to a lot of things in life. I'm always shooting myself in the foot, be it with research or Mary. But she loves me for who I am, and better yet, she's the most devoted person I've ever met, and I'm not just talking about our relationship. Mary has everything I lack. She's the other half I've been missing. She's also the most beautiful and charming woman I've ever met. Goodness. Hi. And all of that scared me. I doubted myself. I may be older than her, but I'm hardly any more experienced when it comes to love and all that. Do I even deserve to be with her? More importantly, can I truly make her happy? When I heard about the suitor business for a brief moment, I thought it was for the best. I simply lack confidence in myself. The turfing units. Deep down, I knew that producing results with my research was only an excuse. But now I have what it takes to harden my resolve. I'm not going to deceive Mary or myself anymore. Sorry, Major General, but I'm not letting you or anyone else have her. I don't care about our difference in social standing, how decorated you are, or if you're better suited for her than I am. Nothing's going to change how I feel about her. Oh, you tell him. Oh, you put it like that? If you feel that strongly about Lady Mary, then I humbly concede. That look in your eye tells me everything I need to know. I won't stand in your way. It was a very heartfelt speech. But are you sure this is what you want, Mary? I am, Father. Oh my, that's all well and good, but I do believe everyone gathered today to see a marriage be arranged. You wouldn't want to disappoint them. If you're so resolved, then why don't we make it official? Oh! You go. What? Agreed, I think that would be an entertaining way to close out the afternoon. What do you think, Lord Hyams and Count Alheim? But of course. Yes, I suppose there's nothing else to do at this point. Hey, they're all here to see a marriage proposal get arranged. On your knees, bitch. You got this, Uncle Makarov. He's like, oh, fuck.
I'm not a perfect man. I'm still immature in a lot of ways, and I know I can be a handful at times. But I know there's nothing we can't beat, so long as we hold on to the love we have for one another. You're someone I need in my life, Mary. So, please, will you marry me?
Oh, Makarov!
There's macarons.
Of course I will. Nothing would make me happier.
How about your dad not being an asshole? Like, goddamn, man. I really do appreciate your concern and help through all of this. Sorry about all the fuss, your lordship. No need to apologize. I'm grateful I had the chance to see something so wonderful today. Don't mention it. Something tells me things would have worked out between you two even without the theatrics. Oh, and about the Marguerite corsage I gave you yesterday. Consider it an engagement gift from me to the both of you. Lil Walsh, does that mean you planned for all of this from the beginning? Sheesh, how am I supposed to top that? I'm sure you'll have plenty of opportunities. The General sure did take me for a ride, though. Whatever do you mean? Wallace was the one who requested my help. But after reflecting on it, I thought it would be more interesting to set him up with you. And I wouldn't mind arranging for it again, should Sir Makarov here fail to meet my expectation. Oh boy. I'll pass on incurring that wrath, thanks. It's like, yeah, I'll pass on that. We really are something else, you know that? Pardon for being too presumptuous, Wallace, but perhaps it's time for you to take a step forward as well. Oh! Get good! Get good! You got me there. Oh, tell us what's so funny. Pipe down. Keep your nose out of other people's business, Rhodes. Oh, come on. You two wouldn't have gotten together in the first place if it weren't for me. She's not wrong. I feel like I owe Mint a lot for pushing us together a few years ago. Sure, but don't go encouraging her. That's a slippery slope. But I guess I owe it to you for coming with me today. It meant a lot. That's more like it. You're very welcome. Jeez, how many times do I have to tell you to be more honest about your feelings? Don't let it get to your head, kid. Ahem, regardless, today has been a joyous day, wouldn't you say? As long as you're here, can I interest you in joining us for dinner? We can begin the wedding planning over drinks. That sounds great. I'd be happy to. Shall be off then. So, Wallace and Aurelia. People have a way of defying expectations, don't they? Lady Mary was certainly surprised, but I also didn't expect Sir Makarov to fight so valiantly. I know what you mean. Maybe I could learn a thing or two from him. Oh, from the sound of it, you were courting her with everything you had. I find it hard to believe it was all just a performance. Who could say? Anyway, Lady Aurelia, if you have some spare time, would you care to cross blades with me? After practice duel, are you? It has been a while since we last did battle. Very well, on the condition that it'd be on horseback. Are you sure? Why not? I'm feeling nostalgic for the duel we had during our academy days. It's a memory that I could never forget. My only regret is that there was no victor. Do you really consider it a draw? I was the president of the riding club, and you were a fresh-faced first year. You may as well have won. Not at all. I've never been satisfied with that result. I know one to admit defeat. Really do have a phenomenal first year on our hands. To the victor goes the spoils. Since you won, you can make one request of me as the club president. What do you desire? I don't believe this to be a true victory, though I'll answer your question even if it was a draw. My goal is to demonstrate the potential of the sword, and to do so, I am to become the commander-in-chief of the world itself. Should Adios allow that to pass, then my wish is for you to support me as my right-hand man. That day really takes me back. In retrospect, that was probably where it all began. Why the smirk? It's nothing, just thinking this is a good opportunity. Face you with everything I have so that this duel's outcome will be more to your liking. Will you now? I should be the one telling you that.
I have no intention of losing here, Sir Wallace Bardius.
I can't remember the last time you were so formal to me. But enough talk. Prepare yourself, Aurelia Le Guin.
One step forward and... Okay. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. I'll be back in a few minutes. I need to go do a thing because apparently I'm the only person who's useful in this house. Lovely. I'm back. I've been gone for 20 minutes. Okay, we got one.
Slab of
active
reminiscence
that we're
activated.
Alright. Let's see if I can get through these. The next, after this one, the next 3 are just cutscenes.
I've wiped my ass with rubber stuff.
Nice going, Ash. You just keep getting stronger.
Sure do. But those weaklings weren't putting that to the test.
Well, you were a big help all the same. I couldn't have wrapped everything up in a day without you. Still can't get over you volunteering to take out monsters, though. What brought that on?
I was in the area to visit my mom's grave anyway. I had to take the day off of school to do it, so figured I'd put the time to good use.
Oh, right.
Spare me the meaningful downcast stick. Just figured I'd better come let her know the war's over and everything. That's all. Couple that with getting to pretend I'm a bracer for a bit, and it wasn't a bad way to spend the day.
Oh, I think you could do a lot more than pretend if you wanted. Been wanting to recruit you at some point since you're such a natural. Suppose this is as good a time as any.
Oh, boss, stop trying to recruit people! God damn it.
Give it some thought, yeah? You still got a year to decide what you want to do after graduating.
Like I said, I was just trying to make the most of my day.
I got the feeling that Ash is the type to just, like, once he graduates, he's just gonna disappear.
Look at you, Mr. Community Service. Cut the shit and just say what you want to say. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just laughing at the idea of you going straight after all you've done.
Oh boy! Ash is having a nightmare. That's great.
I never committed to being a bracer. Of course you didn't. You're just looking for somewhere to run.
Literally all the bracers.
When Zephyr invited you to join them, you should have accepted right then and there. I still had things to take care of. But not anymore, right? Now everything's all wrapped up with a pretty little bow. What a damn joke. In the end, your assassination attempt got hand-waved as a false report, and here you are, living a charmed student life. False report, my ass. It was regicide. Regicide! For you to get off scot-free. There really is no justice in this world.
Regicide is when you actually kill the king, not, not get possessed by an evil shadowy entity of doom, an apocalyptic, an apocalypse nonsense, and shoot a dude, and they survive and are perfectly healthy for their son's wedding, apparently.
Look, I know I have to atone for what I've done. And as long as you're inside of me, I know I don't belong with the others. Boy, you got that right, Ash Carbide. I feel bad doing this to Schwarzer and my classmates, but I'll be dropping out from the branch campus at the end of the month.
No, you're not. Doors open house. Great, another boring ass assembly is exactly what I was in the mood for as soon as I stepped. Apparently Principal Le Guin has some kind of announcement. Oh, I wonder. What, got any ideas? I believe your homeroom teachers should have informed you yesterday, but just in case any of you missed the memo. The police announced that branch campus is very own open house starting a week from today. As I'm sure most of you know, Thor's main campus hosts an annual festival. Normal circumstances, something similar, but being strapped for time in our inaugural year, we're trying something new. As a matter of fact, we weren't planning on any events this year, but then along came something that changed our minds. That be you students. You've all grown considerably in the years since enrolling. There's still much for you all to learn, but you're hardly the helpless little fledglings you once were at the start of the year. Indeed, thanks to your field exercises and combat experience, the branch campus has earned a reputation rivaling the main one. No longer does this school exist in its shadow, and we have you all to thank for that. Stand tall and be proud. Where enthusiasm was once anemic at best, we're now inundated with applications for the coming school year. Hope you're all excited. Soon you'll be upperclassmen to a new, fresh crop of students. It will no longer be just us on this campus, who would have thought? Sounds rather exciting. I can't wait to meet them all in person. As you may have surmised, this open house is for the incoming class. During this time, the campus will be open to the public. You can expect many a prospective student to visit. Your job then is to demonstrate to these visitors precisely what Thor's branch campus is all about. Consider it your first opportunity to learn what it means to be upperclassmen and to set the best example. Needless to say, please don't embarrass the school. Now then, time is of the essence to get to work preparing for the event. That is all dismissed. Woo! The day of will be split into two sections, morning and afternoon. The morning will be open classes. The structure will be slightly different from usual, but you don't need to do much in the way of prep. If anything, that's for us instructors to deal with. Here's hoping you manage to live up to the crowd's expectations. Oh, mighty action chevalier. Since we're having open classes, though, we can't let our guards down either. Exactly. Friends and relatives might drop in to see you, so be prepared. God, I'm starting to get nervous. Anyway, starting today, I want all of you to use your time after school to prepare for the afternoon section. Spoke about it a little yesterday, but you guys are the main attraction of the afternoon's festivities. Every club is going to be holding an event and inviting guests to come see them. That being said, you don't need to prepare special stalls or booths or anything. The whole point of this is that the clubs hold events that are closely tied to what they actually do on a day-to-day basis. See, that allows us to prepare something in a short period of time. Perfect way of introducing the school to potential applicants and advertising your clubs. Two birds with one stone. You guys can discuss things with your club mates to figure out what you want to do. There'll be no class presentations this time around, so you should be able to focus your attention squarely on that. And that's about it. I'll let you know about the curriculum at a later date. That'll do it for today. Perfect timing, too. Tina, if you would. Right. Stand, bow. I'm gonna go talk to Jessica and Louise. I also have to talk with everyone from the swimming club. I'll go look for Sydney. Alright, Ash, that leaves you with your duties as a member of the organization committee. What the hell are you talking about? Yo, Schwarzer, explain yourself. Alright, totally forgot to mention it. Sorry, but I have a meeting with the other instructors. Music, could you explain things to Ash for me? But of course. Thanks, I appreciate it. Anything for you, instructor. Oof. So what's this organize whatever committee? Well, you were absent yesterday, but we talked about it during homeroom. The primary job of the open house organization committee is helping the various clubs and making sure things work as planned on event day. Each class has to choose one person for the job, you see. And after careful consideration, Class 7 picked you, Ash. AKA, because you were absent, you got saddled with it all. What the hell are you? It's mandatory. Each class has to pick someone. I get that, but why me? I ain't got time for this BS. You were out of luck the moment you were absent. Now that I have to attend a meeting with the Tea Ceremony Club, I think I speak for everyone when I say we all appreciate your dedication to this, Ash. Oh, get good, Ash. Get good. Are they for real? Yes. Literature Club. Damn it, why am I stuck doing executive committee bullshit? Ain't like I'm sticking around this joint for much longer, what's the point? So, about the open house, Ash. Yeah, I guess we have to put something together for it, don't we? Uh-huh. You have any ideas? People quiet space to read and serve them tea and stacks, that could be nice. Maybe. What do you think? I want to hear your opinion too. Yep. Ash, are you listening? Sure. You and Kurt seem to be getting along awfully well lately. It almost reminds me of one of Dorothy's books. Guess so. He's not paying attention at all. Ash, wake up! What? Where's the fire? Damn. I'm sorry, it's just you look like you were deep in thought and I was starting to worry. If you need someone to talk to, I'm always here to listen, okay? I know I probably can't do all that much for you, but still. You always help me so much. I might want to be the one who helps you. What am I even doing? This isn't like me. What are you? No use getting so worked up about dumb bullshit. If this is the last thing I do here, might as well make it count. You know, I think I'm gonna go all out. What do you mean? Be the open house. I'm on the executive committee for it. You helping to run the event? I didn't know that. I didn't exactly volunteer for it. Let's just say it fell into my lap. Which is to say, he was drafted into... Where's my phone? I lost my phone. Oops. Is that what's been bothering you, Ash? Sure, I guess you could say that. Something along those lines. Ash on the executive committee, huh? The more I think about it, though, I'd say that role is a perfect fit for you, Ash. You're going to do great. I'll be ready for you the whole time. It's just grunt work. Nothing to get that excited about. I'll get it taken care of. More importantly, we need to figure out what we're doing as the literature club. The way I see it, we can't half-ass this thing. Unless we go all out, all the other clubs are going to make us look bad. That's true. Then what do you think we should do? That's the million-meter question, ain't it? What if we offer a recommendation service? People can come in and we'll suggest books based on their mood and taste. We could use the library and everything. Oh, that's a good idea. That sounds like the perfect thing for a group like ours. We can't stop there and call it good. It'll be lame if that's all we have. Maybe we should set aside time for the live reading. That's a wonderful idea. Let's do it. But who's going to do the reading? And what are they going to read? What do you mean, who's going to read? You. Who else is there in this club? Me? I can't read in front of so many strangers. At least come up with me, Ash. He can. He's part of Class 7 and therefore can't do anything unless the world is ending. Let's go back to what I just said. He's part of Class 7, so he can't do anything unless the world is ending. That's... Wow, so what, you only allowed to apparently he's only allowed to solve the apocalypse, which is great. Afterward, Ash, together with his fellow committee members Leonora and Stark, spent the ensuing days toiling away on the open house. Eager to make the most of his limited time, he poured every ounce of his energy to make the event a big success. With his help, many of the school's clubs were able to prepare in time despite the short deadline they faced. After a long week of preparations, it was at last time for the open house to commence. We know he's not actually leaving, by the way, because he's still part of Class 7. Oh, Cedric's crew's here. Or former crew, I guess. That morning. Man, your boy's hungry. Public lectures, Lemurian history. And just like that, a revolution took place in Calvert that led to a massive transformation of its political system. In order to forge better ongoing relationships with our neighboring nation, it's important to stand the democratic ideals that form the backdrop of. It's the real Ashen Chevalier. It's much more serious than I expected. How dashing. I'm so jealous of the students here. He's ridiculously popular. Kinda feels like more people are here to see Instructor Reed than they are the class itself. That Kurt fellow sure is handsome too. I'm so glad I got to see him today. You're in no position to talk, Kurt. Kurt's just like, no. Don't say my name! Public lecture. Art culture. Who the teacher? The lecture in the arts at the military academy. Me is all well and good, but I've little doubt it's not but frivolity. Come on, don't be like that. As people well educated in the fine arts, it's our duty to warmly watch over them. Aurelia Le Guin is the teacher. General Aurelia Le Guin. What's the Golden Rakshasa doing here? I heard she was the principal, but I didn't think she'd teach class directly. Let the lecture begin. First, to be clear, social standing qualifications mean nothing when it comes to art. While some pieces require some measure of knowledge to understand, all interpretation is up to the person experiencing the art. You would assume that everyone present understands that extremely basic concept. Am I correct? Let's check out another class. Yes, good idea. Now, today's classes are open to the public. I'd love for some of our esteemed guests to speak about the arts. Principal Gwyn is not to be messed with. Yeah. I feel for them, but they did this to themselves. Two of them were just like, kick it. Just like, kick it. Public lecture. Panzer Soldat training. There's a Panzer Soldat thing. Man, a mock battle between students. Talk about a letdown. I was hoping I'd get to see the Golden Rock Shasta and the Ashen Chevalier duking it out in person. No kidding. This whole thing's gonna be a waste of everyone's time. I gotta love you, man. I was hoping I'd get to put Schwarzer's new plaything through his faces. You should have known better then. There's no way we can trust to believe that to the public. Yeah, I guess. We'll see as we've got an audience here. Seeing as we might as well put on a good show. You game? Oh, you bet I am. Don't expect me to go easy on you, Ash. I'll be giving this fight everything I've got. Ready, set, fight! Those military guys are forgetting. Yep, those military guys forgot. This is class 7! What the? These kids have got some skills, serious skills. I swear they were enlisted soldiers. No kidding, I'd recruit them into our unit if I could. The heck kind of training are they getting here? Apocalypse. That's the kind of training they're getting. Literally the world fucking ended. Also, the Ashen Chevalier and the Golden Rock Shasta are their teachers! As well as the Red Reaper and whatever the fuck Michael's epithet is. Class is finally over, I'm dead tired. It's hard to ignore all the eyes on you. Don't rest for too long, our main jobs remain undone. Especially yours, Ash. And whose fault is that? I did my damnedest to help out, so you all better not waste my hard work. Roger that. We better get to our respective clubs. You'll be checking in on each of them, right? Yeah, just to make sure no shit suddenly hits the fan. So knowing us all as hell, but I'm already on board, so... Yeah, we get it. You're too cool for school, literally. Now we're rooting for you, so go kick some open house butt. Just focus on your own club stuff, Wild Billy. You can stand to be a little more honest. But then he wouldn't be our Ash, now would he? Alright, guess I should get going. This is really it. The end. No regrets, right? All the regrets! You're leaving! Supposedly. Allegedly leaving.
First things first, walking around a whole lot. Can't believe how much I've gotten used to this big-ass building.
Bro, I actually love Ash. Like, man is, Okay, first things first, he wants us to go to the first floor.
Huh? Who put that box out?
When did this come together? I'm not crazy about the fact that I'm on the organization committee. I didn't know about this, but please vote for the one you support. A battle box, eh? Did Leonora or Stark set this up? So they want to decide which... Sure, hold on. Yeah, I'll take a look later. Ash, thanks for keeping tabs on all of the clubs. I was just worried about whether or not you could handle things alone, but it looks like you're doing fine. Yeah, I was nervous talking to the guys, but I'm managing. I got to chat with the female guests about all kinds of books. Maybe managed to turn a few new people onto Dorothy's novel. Cool, whatever floats your love boat. Plus the book recommendation corner is surprisingly popular. The books here are all property of the school, so I can't loan them out, but... Becky made sure that if there are any books people like, they can buy them immediately. Really grateful for her hard work. Bet she was pleased as punch that she can profit off of the open house. Well, either way, it looks like things are fine here. Yup, I know. You'll do great with your job as committee member, Ash. Bruh. I'll be your personal little cheering squad, so go get him. Hey, just worry about yourself. You still have your live reading to do, right? Oh yeah. I better go to the club room to prepare. When the time comes, I'll be waiting there. Yeah, I got it. I lost my phone, which is hilarious. The cooking club. The dining room really does look like a bona fide restaurant. 3 additional orders of acerbic tomato omelet rice. Got it, coming right up. Order up. Smooth mashed potatoes on deck. Running. Now this is what I call bustling. These girls can cook well enough to rival any restaurant, so I'm not surprised. Don't worry about anything, it's... Here's your Friday open house special, sorry to keep you waiting. It's a lavish dish with all kinds of specialty ingredients, please enjoy. Too late, hopefully they don't complain later. What is this? It's magnificent! Stimulatingly aromatic, rich on the palate, and with refined aftertaste. Yes, this is the flavor of salt. For so many years. Please hear you say so, that means it was worth hiking up those mountains for ingredients. I'm impressed, I must contact my foodie friend. Looks like they've got some cocoon customers too. This food seems like a hit, so I guess it's fine. The Modern Music Club. Performing their flinger in your hearts forever. Clever. I mean, I'm just gonna assume they actually got permission to perform here. Still, not bad, guys. Thanks, everyone. They're our little trio's biggest audience yet. Thanks for sharing your energy with us and helping us put on our best show ever. Alright, we're rocking the house down today. But the fun isn't over just yet. This next song will be our last, so let's get wild. She's so stoic, but look at her now. You mean Valerie? Yeah, you can actually hold a conversation with her these days. Says the pot about the kettle. Not my fault if folks can't hang. That's just what makes you special. Come again? Anyway, looks like the show's wrapping up. Things are gonna get messy when people try to lead. Here to help me play Usher. If it ain't one pain in the ass job, it's another. Fine. Woo woo. Our next performance is in 1 hour. Come check us out. We've still got plenty of songs you haven't heard yet, so don't sleep on our next show. And we're gonna make the next performance even hotter than this one. You can count on that. The crowd was raving. Suppose I can spare a crumb of validation for those dorks today. Tennis court. Alright, tennis club. Looks like they're putting on an exhibition match and a tennis lesson. Take this. Ha! And this. That's a fact. Attention everyone, the tennis club is holding exhibition matches. Tennis is a fun sport and a fine way to stay fit and healthy. Anyone who's interested is welcome to come and give it a try. Those who'd like to sign up for a demonstration, please come see me. Looks like they've attracted a decent crowd. Even the Wild Phillies family came to spectate. Huh? Fi is underselling it. These chicks are downright smoking. Just look at them running around showing off some leg. Did we hit the jackpot or what? Every one of these girls is a 10. We're gonna sign up for a little illustration. Sounds like a good way to get some hands-on time, if you know what I mean. I'm down. Ain't like there's anything else going on at this snooze fest, that's for damn sure. Great, we've got a couple of creepers on our hands. End of the day, I'd kick their asses and be done with it, but I've got to take a more delicate approach here. Hey there, you two. That uniform. You must be a student here. Shit, don't tell me you overheard us. What's your problem, Chump? We ain't done nothing wrong. Relax, guys. I'm not here starting any beef. I mean, come on. Do I look like some preppy hall monitor snitch to you? Give me a break. You got a point. You don't exactly look like an honor student. Oh. Yeah, if anything, you look like a bad influence. Takes one to know one, jackass. Ash, funnily enough, Ash is actually one of the best influences in the game when it comes to the students. Altina is... Play 3. Play 3 and you'll know exactly what I mean by Altina. Yuna had anger shoots? I'm pretty sure she doesn't have them anymore. Muse is, well, Muse. Kurt is proverbial pretty boy. Look, again, okay, that's why I came to give you a warning. It's a matter of courtesy. A warning about what? Take a look around. You didn't forget where we are, did you? The Thor's Military Academy branch campus. Duh, but who cares? We're only here to kill time and catch some eye candy. Let that first part sink in. You're at a freaking military academy. Those aren't ordinary schoolgirls you're ogling, my dudes. They're training to be professional soldiers. The war kind, you know. Push comes to sexual harassment, they can make a weapon out of damn near anything within reach. You saw them smacking around that tennis ball thing. That tennis ball. Thing flew like a damn bullet. Now imagine you got on their bad side and one of them went slice serve on you with their racket. How do you think that'd pan out? Look, I don't know. Your skull is gonna get smashed, that's what. And it won't be a tiny fracture either. I'm talking complete cranial crushing. Dust. For real? The guy's like, wait, shit, did I fuck up? Oh, that'll be the least of your troubles. I can tell you that right now. That's worse than that. A lot of rich girls here from families with ties to people you really don't want to get on the bad side of. If word gets out that their dear daughters are in any sort of trouble, there will be hell to pay. The kind of hell I'd really rather not even think about. Like, damn. Take it from me. It sucks being here. It's suffocating. Got eyes on you wherever you go. A guy can't catch a break. I mean, if you fellas want to try your luck, be my guest. You're way braver than I am. I'll be rooting for you at a distance, quietly. If you're lucky, you might walk away with a few bones intact. Might be worth a shot. Only one way to find out. Only a few bones intact. Oh boy. Find out, yeah? You know what? I think we're good. Ain't like we're that desperate for some action, right, dude? Yeah, I think we better go. Cool, let's beat it. They're like, nope. Took them long enough. What a complete waste of my time. Maybe I should have just pulled them aside and beaten the crap out of them. Saved us all the trouble. Man, I really have gotten soft since coming here. This sucks. Soft? Ash, you literally described torture to them and said if you don't stop looking at these girls, the girls will torture you. I don't know if that's soft. Is there really only one dude in the swim team? Alrighty, for the swim team, we've got swimming lessons from Stark and Wayne's Muscle Training Seminar. Those are great places to start, but there's no better teacher than hands-on experience. Let's say we all get our feet wet. I'm so glad the word feet was in there. That makes sense, but I'm not much of a swimmer, so I'm a little scared. Notatory, we have kickboards for those who require them, so feel free to borrow one if you feel the need. Oh my, just look at her. Have you ever seen anything so cute? Right? And she's so short. It's like she's a living doll or something. Oh, well, aren't you sweet? What are you doing lending a hand out here? Say, you think she might be his little sister? And what if she is? Maybe she's here to help her brother. Good for her, I say. It seems unfair. We're the same year as them, yet they treat me as if I'm some little girl. Ah, don't let it get to you. Maybe they can't tell, but the rest of us know just how mature you are, I promise. Guess things are going well enough with the little bunny. With Stork by her side, I'm sure everything will be just fine. As for Wayne over there, the key to muscle training is balancing your load carefully. If you work yourself too hard, it'll come back to bite you and then some. Instead, you must increase the load gradually. Once you find a suitable routine, you boys can one day have glorious muscles like mine. What do you think of these guns? Pretty cool, right? You're looking at my pride and joy. I mean, I guess those are muscles. Yep, definitely muscles. Sure, you're ripped, but at the end of the day, they're just muscles. Never understood the splendor of muscles. Muscles combine power and beauty into a singular sublime form. Nothing else compares. When push comes to shove, you can only count on yourself. And when shove comes to heave, only your muscles will have your back. Who knows what the future might have in store? Build muscle now and worry later, I say. Excuse me, I have a question. I admire your enthusiasm, son. Ask away. If there's anything you wish to know about muscles, I'm here to help. Do muscles make you popular with girls? Oh? Well, you see, yeah, there's one thing about that. Me too. They say women are attracted to confidence, and what better way to build confidence than with a body of steel? In theory, anyway. Huh, if you say so, mister. Well, look over there, you guys. Wow. You can have muscles for days, but nothing beats a handsome face like that, guys. Yeah, you've got that right. They're all, like, depressed now. Wait, don't go. You must believe. Believe in the power of muscles. They're just like, yeah, I'm done. Jeez, dramatic much? The muscles have betrayed him! I'm gonna go talk to Wade, because I want to see what he says. Oh yeah, like I said, she was coming to the open house today, but I haven't seen any sign of her. I swear I told her I'd be holding a muscle training seminar here at the pool. Why? Why won't anyone believe in the power of muscles? Dad, he is down and dumps. I don't know if I've ever seen him so dejected. I forget what Michael looks like, but I'm pretty sure we've seen her at least twice. Can't access the shop. Rest in pepperonis. Okay, what was the chess club's deal again? Right, an amateur chess tournament with open registration. Let's see how that's going. Checkmate. So much for getting my revenge. Here I thought I was doing well, until I wasn't. You're as tough as ever, Kurt. Don't sell yourself short. Your extremely aggressive play during the midpoint was genuinely harrowing to confront. If Baki's hadn't tutored me recently, I don't know if I would have escaped that. Looks like our man is on a roll, attaboy. And that's checkmate. I lost again. I've been in the chess club for a whole year and this is the best I can do. I feel like such a loser. Don't! I'm honestly shocked how much you've improved in such a short span of time. Didn't think you would put up remotely this much of a fight, and yet you did. It's like night and day compared to when we previously played against one another. Really, you mean it? Kurt said the same thing, but I thought he was just being nice. Well, in that case, maybe after the storm is over, you and I can play some more together. Sure, I guess, but only for a little while. Yes, thank you. This is the best day of my life. Well, looks like Sydney's got some game after all. Gotta admit, he's pretty capable as long as he doesn't get ahead of himself. I mean, hey, look, if you like Ada, more power to you. Anyone have a crush on Fritz? Well, everything looks good here. On to the next stop, the final stop. You put on is pretty nice, I must say. The main cast decided not to have a festival this year due to the ongoing reorganization. In that sense, I'm a little envious you all got to have something. I don't think we ever got to like have like Ava and Fritz on a team. Here's the Tea Samurai Club. Looks like they're running a tea room and a hands-on event. Hold on, what the hell is a skirt-chasing cameraman like you doing here, pal? Oh hey, you're one of Reverie students. How's the open house treating you, man? Enjoyed it? Enjoyed it, buddy? I'm running this joint. You didn't answer my question. What's got you all excited here? We had a guest who wanted photos of the hands-on portion to keep as a souvenir, you see. As it just so happens, Rex was here in the room and kindly volunteered to take the photos for us. Ever since then, he's stuck around as our coach photographer. It's a lovely little arrangement if I do say so myself. Yeah, it turns out a lot of people want to pose with the club members in their fancy kimonos. Not that I'm complaining, I could snap tons of pictures of not just Muse and Maya, but whatever other hotties drop by. Interestingly enough, it's the girls who ask for my services more than the guys. Kyrie over there is the most popular request. In real talk, I'm more than a little jealous of the guy. They keep fawning over how cute he looks and everything. Why can't that be me? Speak for yourself, I have mixed feelings about being called cute day in and day out. Doesn't sound like such a raw deal to me. You're still making your customers happy. What more could you ask for? Sure, you've got a good point. The old men of Erebony offer nothing less than perfect hospitality to their guests. If being cute is what it takes, so be it. Pretty sure I've checked everywhere. Let's head back to the literature club room. I guess what Principal Le Guin said is true. We should have a lot of prospective students visiting the school today. Funny how that works, considering when this place was open, it was nothing but the dumping ground for a bunch of castaways. A little harsh there, don't you think? Anyway, I'm glad to see lots of new students. Will be joining us next year. That should be fun. Yeah, next year. With any luck, that should mean we'll get new people to join the literature club too. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Yeah, that'd be pretty nice, I guess. My only concern is whether I'll be a good role model to the newcomers. It's kind of intimidating to think about. Hey, if anyone's got a handle on that kind of crap, it's you. Really, you think so? Of course I do. I think you'll have the new members looking up to you and coming to you for help in no time. Oh, I hope so. I'll have to do my best to be a good leader to everyone. Plus, with all those new faces keeping you busy, you won't have to worry about putting up with me any longer. Huh? What do you mean any longer? Ash, what are you... It's almost time for the live reading. Let's grab our books and make our way over to the library. I'm glad they're not making me read. I still need to do the live reading of Sunshine Agnes, don't I? Phew, things went off without a hitch. The crowd seemed to have a good time. Yup, done and dusted. Although I was pretty shocked you managed not to freak out during the real deal. It's because you were there reading with me. Well, I am a member of this club. If I didn't participate, Schwarzer would never let me hear the end of it. Oh, I don't think that's true. You have your job as a committee member after all. So, about what you said before the reading. Whoop, time to get back to doing the rounds. You'll be fine on your own, right? Right? Oh, yeah. Don't worry about our club. Catch you later. Ash, it was like, oops, I let it slip. Shit. Ash. Phew. The open house is almost over, finally. Guess I'll do another round inside the school. We know he's not leaving, but this whole situation is sus. Oh, there's, hey Ash. I see they've been keeping you busy. You can say that again. What are you guys doing all gathered around here? You punks playing hooky or what? I didn't take you to be slackers who like hoisting stuff onto other fools. Something like that. Looks like all of Class 7 is here now, though. Yeah, weird how it all worked out. You telling me you guys didn't plan this? You all just happened to end up in the same spot? More or less, we each went on our breaks in search of a place to relax at the same time. Before we knew it, we all found ourselves here. Yep, what he said. We weren't coordinating at all. It just worked out this way. Well, unlike the rest of you, I'm still on duty, just to be clear. Be that as it may, I'd say it's a testament to the bonds we've forged with Class 7. I think it's simply wonderful. Come on, Ash, you're already here. Why not stick around and chat for a little? Fine idea. We still have some time to spare, so it shouldn't be a problem. Alright, you win. I'll join you guys. Now spit it. What were you guys talking about? Airing your grievances with Schwarzer or something? That's the first thing that popped into your head? Oh, there he goes again, bashful as ever. Unlike me, I'm simply dying to tell you all about how much I adore our beloved instructor. Muse! You're on the polar opposite side of the spectrum, Missy. You're too open with your feelings. Always a handful, you two. Look, you're any better, little buddy. I realize I'm not one to talk, but in hindsight, Instructor Reen sure some of the class have rather colorful characters. That's an understatement, so you say, but I don't get the impression you've troubled Instructor Reen all that much. Come think of it, you may be right. What do you expect? He's a model student. Of course he doesn't go out of his way to make life hell for Schwarzer. You say that like it's somehow out of the ordinary. Still, I wouldn't say it's entirely true. I had my family stuff to work through at the start. I was even a little impudent. It was only later that I started making a point of not causing problems for our instructor. So you started to sympathize with the guy, is that it? I don't know, I could see that. After all, like Instructor Reen, Kurt definitely has his fans among the girls here. To say the least, it seems like quite a number of girls visiting the campus today have something of a soft spot for him. Meaning we have another womanizer in the making on our hand. Poor Reen! Poor Reen on this one! It's not his fault! He's just being himself, and, you know, the women fucked him. Now, that's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? If anything, I see him as an example of what not to do, rather than someone to emulate. He's lucky he's not here to hear all this. Poor Sam can't catch a break. That aside, I think it's kind of great how the new Class 7 is just the 5 of us. We each have our strong points and weak points. It keeps things interesting. Indeed, it allows us to come together, compensate when someone struggles. Suppose we do strike something of a balance when you think about it. I think it's thanks to our small group that we've been able to grow and overcome so much. If even one of us was missing, I doubt we would have come nearly as far. Maybe not. Music's just straight up saying, I know you want to leave. I'm not about to let it happen. I doubt losing one or two of us would have made much of a difference. There he goes again. Well, what else is new? I believe Ash is what they call a tough nut to crack. Yeah, I think what you like. Whatever, I'm gonna get back to my patrol now. Peace. Ash, wait. What now? Jokes aside, try not to stretch yourself too thin. Don't think you always have to shoulder responsibility by yourself. You're never truly alone. Thanks, but you've got nothing to worry about. Believe me, any corners I can cut with this crap are getting cut. Okay, I'm off for real. Try not to slack off too much now, you hear? No, Ash. Dang it, he never makes things easy. Oh, they were discussing Ash leaving. Oh. Man's got his number punched. That's all I'm gonna say. Anyway. Enter the main building. Doing the rounds, Ash? Yep. You're checking the equipment? Importantly, I'm so sorry I can't help much with keeping things running. I've been busy handling VIPs today. Hey, no point apologizing to me. Plus, ain't this whole open house thing about making us students do the work? I guess you're right. Honestly, it brings me back to when I was still a student. Our school festival was quite the event. I heard a little about that from Crow. Apparently has some recorded footage of it. You don't need to see that. Jeez, Crow, what are you thinking? Now I really have to get him to show me sometime. No, I officially forbid you as an instructor. By the way, when I was a second year, I was the student council president. I heard, pretty easy to imagine. You think? It was honestly really tough. But everyone on the council helped, and so did Reen, so I managed to hang on till the very end. Schwarzer was on the student council. No, not quite. But he was always accepting our requests. And even outside of that, he was constantly helping people who were in need. Not like he's any different now. It's like, yeah, that sounds alright. I think it's nice. Anyway, it was a hard job that put a lot of responsibility on my shoulders, but it was equally as fun and worth doing. Cool, bully for you. Anyway, sorry to keep you here. We'd both better get back to work. You've got this, Ash. Take care. Yeah, thanks, I guess. Hey Ash, Junior Committee member rounds? What do you think, smartass? So how's it going? Sounds like the Literature Club is doing well. Yeah, well, I left all that to Tatiana. And yet I saw you participating in the reading. You weren't too shabby either. You were watching. I just happened to be passing by, so I took a peek. Ain't anyone ever told you that nobody likes keeping calm? My bad, I couldn't help but be careful. My students were faring. Right, whatever you say. But I guess you're always like that, prone to sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. I bet you've been running around all day looking after people. Yeah, actually. I figured since I hadn't seen you anywhere. Not that I'm complaining. Thanks to you, I had an easy time of it. While as an instructor here, I've been trying not to get too involved. Says the guy would probably write a formal letter apologizing for jaywalking. But I guess there are people out there who appreciate it. A formal letter for jaywalking? Ash, how much of a goody two-shoes do you think Reed is? Holy shit! Not even he's that bad. Ash, I just don't want to owe you anything. Ash, I'm going to keep sticking my nose in people's business. That's just how I am. And that goes for your business too. If anything comes up, let me know. I'll come running. I'm your homeroom instructor, okay? I told you, that part of you is so damn annoying. Carbide, did something happen? No, just here for the regular report. The open house proceeding as planned. All of the clubs are doing well. See, good work out there. You seem busy. Yes, well, end of the year paperwork on top of issues regarding the open house will do that. Not to mention dealing with my successor. You're quitting the branch campus at the end of this year, right? I am. The RP is understaffed. To be honest, they asked me to come back right after the war ended, but I managed to get them to hold off until the end of the year. The current plan is for Instructor Herschel to take my place. We're bringing in a new instructor to fill the role she's vacating, so you kids don't have to worry about everything. I ain't worried. Good. I suppose I'm the one worried about the branch campus on my way out. But now that I think about it, that was all for naught. You kids have all grown tremendously in the last year. Look at you. You were the #1 problem child when you got here. Now you're someone people can rely on. I'm not some model student. I think you were spot on with your first assessment. Regardless of what you think of yourself, it's a fact that the people around you trust and depend on you. So I hope you see this committee job through to the end. Yeah, you don't have to tell me twice. Yeah, Ash is weirdly, someone is looking comfy, trying to get out of doing your job during the open house. Whatever. What? Never seen someone on break before? Sheesh. Not like there's much for us instructors to do in the afternoon anyway. The other 3 are workaholics anyway. They've practically got everything covered, so why not put my feet up and take it easy? In other words, slacking off. Wait, don't tell me you're getting sentimental all of a sudden. I guess you could say that. I hate to bail like this. I really did hope to see you kids through to your graduation. Man, I gotta say, I never took you for this appetite. What's the big deal? You're just going back to your old Crossbell stomping grounds. Ain't the end of the damn world or anything. Hell, if anything, I'm glad to see you go. It means one less adult to get on my ass about something stupid. For all the growing you've done, that mouth of yours could still use some work, punk. Don't get me wrong, it sucks to go, but I'm not worried about things going south without me around to help steer the ship. You kids are plenty capable now, not to mention you've still got Reed and Toa. You couldn't be in better hands. If you say so. But it's not wrong. I don't think the others will have any trouble with those two still around. You know something, Ash? I realized it a while back. You and I, we're not all that different from each other. Alright, who are you, and what have you done with the real Randy? I'm serious, man. We both have, let's say, pasts, and we both tend to put on a brave face and not look bothered over anything. We also tend to act laid back and try to shoulder things all on our own. See where I'm going with all this? No, he doesn't see where you're going with all this. Please stop. Has it been tweeting out the streams? No, it hasn't. Whoa. Stream Deck button broke. But it ain't all bad, sure, we had rough starts, but now we've got places to belong, surrounded by people who respect and accept us. I guess what I'm trying to say is, it wouldn't kill you to lean on those around you every once in a while when you need them. Being there for others and being able to count on them for being there for you is what love and friendship are all about. You're jumping at shadows, it's not like I'm trying to be Mr. Loner over here or anything. You don't have to remind me of that mushy crap, I get it, believe me. Sure, consider it a little reminder. Almost time to wrap up. I should probably cast my vote. Which club had the best event, eh? You lay in a vote for my own club, so... Ooh! Tennis, swimming, modern music, tea ceremony, chess, or cooking. We have Kurt, Muse, Altina, or Yuna. Central. Alright, I'm a calling too. There we go. Portion of the Thor's Branch campus open house came to a close. The visitors are part of the school grounds in good spirits, satisfied with the festivities. As soon as they were all gone, Principal Leguin summoned all of the students and faculty onto the field for another assembly. I'm pleased to announce that morning lectures and afternoon club activities were both very warmly received. Suffice it to say, the open house proved to be an excellent showcase to the general public of how far we've come in a short span of time. I couldn't ask for a better conclusion to an eventful first year on this campus with all of you. Success such as this is only made possible thanks to the hard work and effort put in by every person involved, no matter the role. Impressively, despite the many hours you all have put into this, not a single one of you looks exhausted now that it's behind you. If anything, I see excitement and anticipation for the future in your eyes, a wonderful sign of what I'm sure is another good year to come. That having been said, it's now time for today's main event. I don't get it. All the visitors are gone. There's nobody else left to see whatever this is. Just talk about that club voting. It'd be pretty lame if that was the main event. We'll now ask the result of the first Student Council presidential election for the branch campus. Oh no. What? Nobody said anything about an election. Alright, to be mint, everybody's favorite engineer. I'll be your MC for this next segment. While Chungto is over there tabulating everyone's votes, let's give our candidates one last introduction. First up, from Class 9, Military Finance, it's the branch campus highly capable social butterfly. You know him better as Start. Next, from Class A. Combat tactics is the branch camp's heaviest hitting ever considered sister figure, Leonora. Oh, and finally hailing from Class 7 Special Operations. It's the campus punk with a heart of gold who everyone trusts. Ash. Are you shitting me? It goes without saying that this inaugural student council election is a very special occasion. As you all know, these 3 students were nominated by their respective classes, and when all is said and done, one of them, hey Shores, what's the deal? Mind telling me what the hell's going on here? Let's explain. The ones who serve on the open house executive get to run for president. Your efforts running things and helping the clubs get ready for essentially a campaign to show everyone what you're capable of. You've got to beat. This is news to me. Muse, I thought I told you to give him a rundown last week. But instructor, you see how he's reacting? If I told him he was up for election ahead of time, he would have quit on the spot. So I decided to leave that part out in the interest of the student body. Why you set me up? Look, what Muse did might have been a little mean, but we all did come together and choose to nominate you for president, Ash. Are your heads on straight? If anyone's soon to be the student council president, it's phony locks over there, not me. Or you could have picked Mr. Hotshot honor student. Hell, Wild Philly would have been better. And she's a freaking loose cannon. Really, just about anyone here would do. Well, almost anyone. Little buddy, probably not. Ouch. You could have been a little more discreet, but I don't disagree. I'm neither suited to nor interested in being president. Well, in my case, my hands are already full with the duchy. Besides, you know me, I prefer scheming in the shadows over a workout in the open. Less scrutiny that way. And not a reach of shame to be found. As for me, I'm also busy following in the footsteps of my predecessors in the vendor school. In that sense, I don't think it would be right for me to lead other people. Or not right now, anyway. And I'm the last person you want filing paperwork and doing all the other administrative stuff. That's fair. You're more the type who prefers being out in front, leading the charge, rather than commanding from the back. Taking all of that into account, we were led to a realization. Our best candidate for student council president is you, Ash. It wasn't simply a process of elimination. We nominated you for your ability to get things done and also to support others. Except that, Ash, at this point, it's too late to change your nomination. I'll admit, I would have perhaps preferred you to properly volunteer for it before things got underway. Be that as it may, I also happen to agree that you're the best man for the job, Ash. This isn't funny, guys. It's saying something you... Look, there's a Chuck Toa. That must mean... There you are. I'll leave the rest to you. You've got it. And now the moment you've all been waiting for, the final results are in. Let's see. Wait a sec. Unfortunately, it looks like one person's vote had to be invalidated. They went to the tea ceremony club, it says. I've had worse tea. I disagree there. Unfortunately, that's not what we were voting on, so it doesn't count. So that's what that ballot box was about, damn it. Anywho, on to the final results. In third place with 4 votes, it's Leonora. Take what you can get. Thanks to everyone who voted for me, I really appreciate it. In second place with 5 votes, we have Stark. To be honest, I'd be lying if I said I'm not a little disappointed. I was all ready to take up the mantle and get to work. Oh well, it's hard to complain coming in second. If those 2 came in second and third, then that means... I think you've all narrowed it down, but finally in first place, with 10 votes, exactly twice as many as their second place candidate, everybody voted for Ash! The Thorsbridge campus' first ever elected student council president is none other than Ash Carbide from Class 7. Congratulations. Yeah, that's awesome. Good for you, Ash. There's nobody more perfect to be our president. Great, I always knew you'd win. Are you shitting me? Well, there goes Ashley.
You? Student council president? Laugh of the century, right? You're not gonna really do it, are you? You just don't know when to give up, Ash Carbide. It's truly pathetic. You think I don't know I'm unfit for it? How couldn't you? You're so weak, you can't even beat me. How the hell do you expect to set a good example for anyone? I said I know. You'll never stand shoulder to shoulder with anyone. Never as a friend, as a confidant, or as a leader. You can put money on that. Whoever voted for you must be out of their damn minds.
Well, we know it's the rest of Class 7. Tatiana. So that's 5. The other 5 are, I have no fucking clue.
It's beyond laughable, isn't it? Come on, Ash, let's hear you laugh at this farce, at the biggest joke of all, yourself.
Shut up! Shut the hell up!
There you are, Schwarzer. It took you long enough. What's the occasion, Ash? Why'd you call me up here? Need to talk about something? You can say that, yeah, got something I need to tell you. Well, you might want to make it quick. The others are going to be starting the after party soon. Things can't kick off without the man of the hour, you know. An after party, huh? You better call it a farewell party when all is said and done. I'll cut to the chase, Schwarzer. I'm residing from Thor's, is that it? What the? How the hell did you know? Give me a little credit, Ash. It's my job to stay on top of my students and their thoughts. Well, you read me like an open freaking book. Happy now? Cause I sure ain't. Let me ask you this. Does this have anything to do with what happened between you and the Emperor? His Majesty's doing just fine now. He's back to full health. And he personally forgave you for what happened. It's water under the bridge. You don't think I get that? Just because he's forgiven me doesn't mean that I can. So your solution is to pack up and leave, is that it? Yeah, that's right. He's taking the coward's way out. Yeah. That's all I had to tell you. Peace. Ash, wait. Respect your feelings, but I want you to stay with us. Oh, what's it to you? Thought about playing the good instructor and listing off a bunch of rational reasons why you should remain here. But I can tell you've thought this through and feel sincerely about it. I won't try to reason with you. I'm simply going to speak from the heart. Ash, I really do want you to stay put. It's not just because you're one of my students and I'd hate to see you go. I consider you a friend, a partner who's gone through a whole lot with me this past year. Oh, give me a break. Just once, can you not turn this into some corny-ass speech? You'll live. Think of the rest of Class 7. I think they'd be pretty sad if they didn't get to graduate with you. Yeah, right. Unlike what happened with your gen, I'm the only one dropping out here. Nobody's gonna miss some good-for-nothing jerk like me. You don't really believe that, do you? You need to open your eyes and take a good look around if you believe nobody here appreciates you. Huh? What do you mean? Wait. He's right, Ash. That's not it at all. They all knew. Son of a... You guys heard all that? Not all of it, but some... Well, it seems the instructor was aware we were here. We got the gist of things. I have to say, it's about what I expected. Everyone's worried about you, Ash. You've been acting off for some time now. So you guys were on to me the entire time. Great. Not just us, look. Ash. Damn it, you two. Are you really going to drop out? Think so. Look at the bright side. Now you'll be able to read in peace without my dumb ass scaring you. You should be happy. But I won't. I did find you intimidating at first, but you're razor focused when you read your books. You even recommend ones for me to check out sometimes. Whenever I have a problem, even if it's silly, you always go out of your way to help me like it's no big deal. Most days we both read in silence, it's true. But over time, having you there has made the literature club such a cozy place to be. The silence won't be the same without you. I'm so glad we're in the same club together, Ash. So glad. I'd rather it stay that way. Tatiana. My, look at her pour her heart out. Honestly, what she said goes for all of us. I get that you've put a ton of thought into this. I really do. Nobody's denying that. We're just as determined to make it to graduation together. Every one of us, as a class. We'll do whatever it takes to make that happen. Don't think you can bail out on us so easily, mister. Indeed, you're being rather narrow-minded about all of this. You really should reconsider. Not to mention, I did lose to you until your hands are so let scrap when you caught. It'd be haunted to the grave. You ran off before I had a chance to settle the score. Great. He'll never rest in peace. Come on, I can't leave. Don't forget me. I'd hate to see you go as well. Then I'd be the only one tormenting our dear instructor on a regular basis. It'd be so lonely without an accomplice. As the instructor in question, I'm not sure what to make of that one. He's just like, wait, hold on. Yes, but also, no. I wouldn't be particularly upset if you left. Allie, we're trying to... However, it would be sad if I was unable to graduate with you. That much I can say for certain. Damn it, guys. It's not just Class 7 either. You're appreciated by everyone on the branch campus. They need you here. Today's section results are a testament to how vital you've become to our school. Hey, Ash, what are you doing standing around? Oh, it's you guys. You're still here? Not for long. We're about to head out. Alright, we'll be coming to the shindig tonight, too, you know. We've got something special for you there to celebrate your victory, so I hope you're getting pumped. Yep, see you there, Mr. President. Well, we know 3. Okay, so we know 8 of the 10 votes. Not you guys too. The timing couldn't be more impeccable. I'll say. Whatever. I don't care what any of you say. I'm still. Oh, give it a rest already, will you? Principal LeGuin, I didn't realize you were still on campus. Something I forgot to mention, but before I get to that, Ash Carbide, you don't truly think you can leave this academy so easily with so much unfinished business now, do you? Huh? So what if I do? This branch campus hasn't seen a single student leave our ranks to date. Not even the war could shatter our perfect record. As principal here, I'm not about to permit our first desertion in such a shameful manner. Are you for real? Boy, she's really putting the screws to him. I can see her point. Given the circumstances, of course she wouldn't be all that inclined to accept his withdrawal. Grr. If you really insist, I shall let you go, but only if you agree to fulfill one last assignment as your condition for graduating. Yeah, what kind of assignment? You must demonstrate the fruits of your education at this prestigious branch campus as one of its first students, something tangible. The Orders is an institution with deep ties to the Imperial family. You must shoulder its legacy without shying away from it. Surely you owe that much to His Majesty the Emperor after all that has happened. It's hard to argue against that. Agreed, that sounds like a very reasonable thing to ask. In return, not to mention, I believe today's election offers you something of a unique opportunity, one you would be foolish to pass up. Damn it! What makes you all think you can boss me around? You have no idea what I'm thinking. Well, I shouldn't say it, but you brought all of this upon yourself. Now, are you going to turn tail and run from those thoughts, or will you confront them head on? The choice is yours. Shit, you guys are playing real dirty, you know that? Ganging up on me, goading me at every chance, going straight for my damn pride. How am I supposed to run off in peace now when you go to all that trouble? Then does that mean... Let me make one thing clear. I ain't staying because you guys all cried crocodile tears. Nothing with that. I say the thought of ditching this place when I've still got stuff left to do. Fine, I accept your dumb assignment. I'll make good on it so hard it'll wipe that smirk clean off your face. Meanwhile, until it's time to graduate, you better believe I'm going to be putting all you guys to work. And that goes for the new kids. Ash. Now there's the Ash I know. Yeesh, Ash. Can't you admit how you really feel just once? Frankly, at this point, I'd be more shocked if you did. Agreed. At any rate, this coming year is shaping up to be a rather fun one. I can't wait for it to begin. Oh yes, Carbide, about that other thing I forgot to mention earlier. Steel Council President is permitted to select who gets to fill the other roles on the Council. No election necessary. Uh-oh. That is all. Don't let me down now, President Carbide. I shall expect great things from you. Something tells me you say the Vice President. Well, sounds like the branch campus student council is now officially underway. Better get to work, Ash. If you need me for something, I'd be happy to be treasurer. Really, I just want to help however I can. Make your life easier as president. She's the best person for the job. She's already in charge of the branch campus's accounting, after all. Well, that's right. I have to get ready for the after party, so I think I'll be heading back to the dorms now. Not so fast, Funny Locks. You're not trying to run away from me, are you? Wasn't that obvious? Clear as day. It seems we had nothing to worry about. Yep, all's well that ends well. That Ash, stirring up trouble until the very moment I step off this campus, I swear. So literally everybody was on to Ash! Is that the end? Let it be the end.
So, you didn't run away. Yeah, no matter how lame I may look, I decided to stay the course. You already noticed, right? That curse of yours vanished a long time ago. I know. You're nothing more than the manifestation of my own guilt. Finally put 2 and 2 together. Guess it's time I was on my way then. No, that's not how this works. You're not going anywhere. Probably not ever. But I'm gonna keep moving forward, even if it means crawling on all 4s.
No, I'm pretty sure he's leaving after this.
So you just sit there and watch. You sound pretty dead set.
Wait, do you want your guilt given a physical form to watch you go through life? Bro.
Fine by me. Make sure I get a real good look then at the future you've resolved to create through blood-stained hands.
No. The Emperor's alive. There's no blood staining. Unless Ash killed someone else while we weren't looking. 2 days later. Oh, fuck's sake. Is Weezy the VP, like I said? Thor's Branch Campus First Student Council. Treasurer Tatiana, Secretary Stark, Supervisor Leonora. Vice President Mude and President Ash, I called it! I fucking called it. Verified by Principal Aurelia Le Guin. Thor's open house end. Alright! Alright. So I gotta go do a big BRB again. Apologies. Right, apologies for that. I'm gonna BRB, and I'll be back, and we'll do the last 3, which are just cutscenes. They're legitimately just cutscenes. So, I'll see you guys then. BRB. Okay, no more distractions.
Slab of Reminiscence activated.
The final blue. Through memories aglow. It's Gilead Osborne thing. 3 months after the Battle of Jormungandr's end, Major Riva had sent me a confidential letter. And no reason to decline the request within, and so I paid a visit to Valflame Palace. Could you give us some privacy? Certainly, Your Majesty. So this is it. This was my dad's study. It feels a little surreal to be in here. I understand why you would feel that way. I'd come to sort out his belongings after the war's end. But to my surprise, there was nothing left of the sort. He never was one for displaying sentimental goods and the like, but I can only assume he disposed of what little he had beforehand. I could see that for him, yes. But if there's nothing here, what is it you said you wanted to give me in the letter? Be something I found in the ashes of his fireplace. This is... Judging by its date, I should think it came from his diary. Nothing else remains of the diary itself, unfortunately, but I thought you should still have this. Please take it. But thank you, Your Majesty. This is more than enough for me. Knowing you treasured this photograph till his last days means more than words can say. I'm grateful you thought of me when you found it. Then all is well. He was a lucky man to have you as a son. It was regrettably difficult for me to mourn him in public with his role in this war. But I heard you were able to carve his name into the grave he'd made for your mother at your old home. Yes, I took the chance when I was nearby for a branch campus assignment. It's a quiet area of the suburbs, so I'd like it if he and my mother could rest in peace there. Gilead was a great friend to me, and a proud hero who lived in service of the Empire. So make it my business to visit the grave myself. I'd like to visit the Lance Maiden's grave in Crossbell as well. Sure, they would appreciate you being there. Not that I knew either of them well enough to speak on their behalf, of course. And that is just as true for me in a sense. I'd seen him as a politician, but I'd only caught the slightest glimpse of him as a father. It's never too late to begin learning more, however, even if he is no longer with us. The war twilight is over, the nation's suffering has come to an end. There's no better time to gather up the pieces we missed during our time of conflict. Yes, I suppose you're right. You know, these scenes would be more impactful if they were voiced. Fuck's sake. The more I look at it, the more surreal it feels. Saw something similar in the Spectral Moon Mirror, but it's hard to imagine he used to smile like this. I guess that goes to show how little I really knew about him. Hopefully I can find more little things like this and take good care of them. Now we're in for a busy day tomorrow, so I'd better get some rest. Oh, he's gonna get visited in his dreams, is that it? Memories from beyond, not memories aglow. I have accepted the Ebon Knight, but it is not by its will that I have chosen to bring destruction to the Empire. It is the only way to rid the land of the curse that has plagued it for so long. To end this world my loved ones call home will require renouncing my very humanity. Yet it is a price I'm willing to pay. From this day forward, I will see myself as being of blood with a soul of iron, guiding all to a future of conflict. I write these words in my diary to show that I have chosen my path, that my will is still my own. I know I need pawns to achieve the future I so desire. Not long after having this realization did I happen upon a boy with the gift of precognition. His name is Lecter Arundel. What a funny twist of fate that he should be that man's son. The boy had accepted the hand fate had dealt him, both his father's crimes and that it would lead him to be silenced. I've given him a new home as one of my pawns, giving him purpose in the form of revenge. Did I do this out of compassion and emotional thought and abandon, or as Singing reminded me of the son I've turned my back on. His father's crimes came to be the whispers of the Ebon Night. There's no reason for the child left behind to carry the weight of such an indelible sin. I know not whether his foresight has allowed him to see the ruin I aim to bring about. But regardless, he has accepted my offer with great interest. My next meeting has come soon after my promotion to Chancellor of the Imperial Government. While on a state business meeting with the four great houses, I happened upon a fascinating man. His name is Reverie, and he appears intelligent as he is hollow on the inside. He thinks of me as his true father, and he believes the best thing me will give meaning to his existence. It feels almost cruel to find myself being called someone's father again. Meeting someone who seeks to do more than I ever could has been a fine boon indeed. May he show me humanity's potential. May he prove we are not powerless in the face of the curse, nor are we simple pieces on a game board. Though calling himself an Iron Blood, a son of mine, will not be enough to satisfy him. Perhaps once he finds the answers he seeks, he will be fit to lead in the times to come. Years have passed since my appointment to Chancellor. Rufus Elector have served me well, and word of the Iron Bloods has begun to spread. What is damning this just so is the passing of an old friend from Thor's. The circumstances surrounding his death are highly suspicious. Enough for me to suspect that the Ebon Knight was to blame. It was when I went to handle the matter personally that I happened to meet his daughter, Claire Revel. In a clear manifestation of the Ebon Knight's dreaded hand toying with Erebonian lives, the tragedy had awakened a peculiar gift in her. A kind of enhanced cognition. Chose to leave the matter of her father's death in her hands, and though it pained her greatly to do so, she has demonstrated the resolve to stand against destiny. Thinking this meeting to also be fate, I have invited her to join the Iron Bloods as well. What she'll discover on this road to ruin, I do not know, but on behalf of my friend, I intend to bear witness if she finds it. So not only was he friends with Theo Schwarzer, he was also friends with Claire's dad, whose name I don't remember. A visit to Jirai, and after negotiating with its mayor, it was agreed that it would be taken as a province of Erebonias. And around that time, we should show as if she had been waiting for this moment all along, but my dear friend. Heard she was calling herself the Steel Maiden after accepting a position in the society. When talking to her, she was the same as I'd remembered. She still thought to express concern for my well-being. With Jirai now under Imperial rule, the seeds of the curse have begun to blossom. The stage will soon be set for the rivalries. When I told her this, she left without saying much more. She deserves so much for what she has endured. I wish I could have let her know, but perhaps she too would prefer to appear strong. The fourth member has joined the Iron Bloods. Her name is Amelia Moraine, a new model of homunculus with a near last in her line serial number, OZ73. As pure and innocent a being I've ever seen, she was quick to gain a sense of self, developing in the blink of an eye. Amelia has been able to give the other Iron Bloods what I cannot. The more time I spend with her, the more I see Claire Lecter's expression soften. I can only hope that through her, they have regained a small portion of what the Ebon Knight took away. What a sinful manner forging a sword, and what a fitting manner with the end it is destined to bring. I have long accepted that I will bear any sin for my goal, knowing full well my fate will be to accompany a struggle to Gehenna's depths. Prince Oliver's role in ending the crisis in Libero was reported far and wide. And soon after the Emperor, like a hero aboard the kingdom's Arcee, it was almost impossible to escape the story. I visited Libero to offer my own greeting before his departure. But by doing so, he reminded me once more that he is a man of endless surprises. It is as if the lion slumbering within the Empire had awakened and taken his form. As I execute my plan to fulfill the world of conflict, he seeks to find a third way. His efforts are nothing but a hindrance in bringing about the Great Twilight, but I cannot help but feel excited by his declaration. If he's going to challenge me, then he had best put up a worthy fight. The conflict he seeks to stop will be great enough to engulf even Crossbell. I look forward to seeing how he intends to counter it. Received word that students from Thor's military academy will be coming to the capital on their field study. Among their class 7 was a familiar face. I had been given updates on his growth from Theo and Claire. It was the first time I had seen him as a young man. I could see right away that he had become just like his mother, a kind soul who valued the well-being of others over himself. He's a picture of health now, and for that I am grateful. I regret to write, however, that the curse has had a clear influence on him, adding to his internal strife. I knew it was bound to happen. He has the heart of the one closely linked to the curse. I dare not think of Cassia's face as she watches us from heaven, or the pain she must feel seeing the cruel fate I have thrust upon her child. You should know that if he cannot control himself now, then he has no chance of surviving the days that are yet to come. It won't be long before the great twilight is upon us. All I can do is as his mother does, watch and see how he fares. We're just going through everything. October 30th, the newly independent crossbow destroyed our Guerrilla fortress. As foretold in the Black Records, this led to Erebonian declaring a war on crossbow. There's one development, however, that it did not foresee. Crow Armbrust, the grandson of Jurai's mayor. He was but an ordinary boy on the surface, belying the searing vehemence beneath his skin that gave him the strength to match even me. Though everything has been proceeding as planned, for me to see the heights of humanity's potential for the first time in a long while. Another came to be as I had feared it would. Green Shores is accepted, becoming an awakener for Valimar. The Ebon Knight's power grows ever greater as the Civil War rages on. The Ashen Knight may be quite capable. Without sufficient resolve, it will fall against the Ebon Knight with ease. As the one who thrust this upon you, I doubt you would ever want to hear this from me. But only you can change your course. Dare to pray you will find the will to fight against your fate. We're just going through his diary. July 18th, the Grawl of Erebos has made manifest. Prince Oliver had broken through all attempts to obstruct him reaching the scene. All for naught. He has met a tragic end. Human life is but dust to be scattered by the winds of fate, be you commoner or nobility, hero or villain. He was no exception to the rule and felt like any other. His loss is a deeply tragic one, for I had thought him uniquely capable of rebuilding the Empire after the Great Twilight's end. The wings of the hero have broken, and in the despair that followed, the sword of the end was swung at last. With William's grievous demise, the final restraint chaining Reen has been unbound. Is he consumed by the curse, becoming the sacrifice decreed by fate so long ago? Really thought he would succeed in suppressing its hold on him with how long he fended it off. Maybe for the best that he will live through this miserable mindless ogre. By the time he returns to his senses, the Ebon Knight and I will no longer be of this world. At last they be able to rest until the rivalries have reached the climax. Oh! Interesting! So that's why. September 1st. Operation Jormungandr and the final rivalry is now upon us. Though he fell to the fiery depths of despair, Reen rose from the ashes and has since fought valiantly for my defeat. The curse's power is at its peak, and still he prevailed. I can hardly believe how much he has grown. His friends may have played a part in this, but that alone does not explain it. What has elevated him to heights beyond prophetic imaginings, I wish I knew, as much as I wish I could have learned it by watching over him as a father. This isn't like me at all. I shouldn't be losing myself at such a critical point. Should someone defeat me, my son will be forced to bear the full weight of the curse's power. Yet if he has the strength to oppose me, then I will take it as my first and final paternal duty to see him wrested from my grasp. To hope for miracles in this world is a fool's errand still. Goddess, are you so merciful as to lend your ears to one such as me? So that I pray, please shine your light on Reen's future for forevermore. And then we know the rest. The rest is just the final reveries. We've pretty much seen everything. Holy shit.
Huh? That felt too real to be a dream.
Tis not a dream. Tis your father's memories.
I could be wrong, but I think I'll trust my gut on this one.
I have way too many soda cans on my desk. I need to clean my office.
He was always prioritizing the happiness of others, while shouldering burdens one should never have to bear alone. Like father, like son, huh?
Yeah.
I wish I could have done more for him. still can.
Yeah, you literally have his heart.
My father gave me life, and my friends gave me a reason to live that life. Simply living well is the best way I can repay him and my mother. That doesn't absolve the bad, but...
Live your life.
What hurt? The weather's beautiful today, huh?
Fuck Elisa, have kid. You know.
I'm so bad at waking up early.
Good morning, Una. Altina. And what a coincidence. You, Jay, and Ash are coming out at the same time.
A new day, a new diet to keep myself cute for the inspector. I binged on way too much sugar last night.
Thought I could sneak out before you guys.
No skipping out for you, Grumpy Gus. Now let's get to running.
Time to start the day.
Hey. I liked it. I liked it. Next one is the next one is the first white one, which is the end credit scene. Oh, I'm definitely gonna grab this picture again. Hold on. Daydream through memories aglow and. Okay, the next one is the post-credit scene that we got like in Cold Steel 4, where if you load up the epilogue and whatnot, it'll show you a thing. And then after that, ooh, it's a very special. $97%. It makes me wonder what the other 3% is. Okay.
Connecting to Reverie Garden database.
Let's go. Post game. We'll look back to begin.
The third stage of the Orpheus Final Plan, the Eternal Recurrence Plan. Far from demise, yet farther still from creation.
That's the Grandmaster.
One has but to face the spiral of all, false as it is true, by which the world revolves, to find the facade sincere as it is hollow. If one is to move forward, one must look back. Yet the choice must be done so with peril. For the answers one may not stand to bear.
Come on out! I know you're there.
To think it's been 10 years since you were here last. Not since I bestowed upon you and Lenhart your swords. I would applaud finding your way here without Campanella's guidance. But it may have been a simple task, now that half of your memories have returned.
Sure was. Hell, I think I even got enough to figure out who you really are now. Of course, if I knew for sure, I'd probably have to kiss this form goodbye. It figures. No use pretending what happens in this world's got nothing to do with me anymore, I guess.
I'm afraid not. We will need you to fulfill your role as number 1 for a while yet. It is not number 0 nor any Anguis, but you, and only you, who can act as our guiding bonfire.
Uh-oh.
Works for me. I've gotten kind of attached to this place, so I don't mind sticking around. So, you got your eye on a new 7th Anguis to replace Steel?
You will meet when the time is right. Though only they may ultimately decide if they are willing to carry such a heavy burden.
Really now?
If I could have a moment.
Novartis?
Well, if it isn't the guy who didn't think to ask before screwing around with someone's body.
I would never. How did he find out? You must forgive me for speaking up like this, Grandmaster. If I may, it concerns a most urgent report. And a question I have for you, McBurn.
Oh yeah?
A simulation I had been reviewing of Elysium's deletion was forcibly terminated. I can only assume it was the work of an unknown party with zero relation to the Society, Foundation, or Church. You wouldn't happen to have an idea of who they would be, would you?
Why would I? Wait, maybe I do. It could be that new group the Oathbreaker was talking about.
The one operating out of Orid?
Pardon me for dropping in like this.
What?
Huh. Don't think you were on the guest list.
What is Calvert's new president doing here? How? Did they get you in here? I saw that logo.
I have no direct connection with them, to be clear. I just had a source put me in touch with them through the CID. Their services didn't come cheap, but there's no easier way to get what you want than throwing a little mirror around. Now is there?
Oh!
What the fuck?
Funny guy.
It's a great pleasure to meet you, Grand Master. And if you don't mind me saying so, I almost get the feeling you were expecting my arrival.
I was. I have reason to believe you will be the greatest obstacle to our next endeavor. Nevertheless, welcome, and congratulations on your recent inauguration.
She's hot.
Why, thank you. Now, I'll make this brief. I come here with a proposal. For the next 2.5 years, I will not interfere in your next undertaking so long as you do not interfere in mine. Do we have a deal?
You! Oh, wow.
I see. For all your many differences, few share your and the late Chancellor's gift for imposing negotiations. Very well, Mr. President. We shall not interfere in your scheme to test this world's potential for 2.5 years. In return, you will do the same for our eternal recurrence plan.
Excellent. I'm pleased we could come to a swift agreement. All other matters can be dealt with as they come, so long as you do not fall afoul of the Calvardian Constitution.
Interesting. To be continued. The Calvard Republic awaits. Woo. I hope Exceed is the one who does the translations for Calvard, because oh my fucking god. Bore witness to a certain conversation. Because, oh god, NIS have screwed the last 2 releases. Like, very heavily. Zero's fine. Zero, I got Zero like 2 days late, which is whatever.
Slab of Reminiscence activated.
The final slab of the final daydream beyond the reverie. Begin! Oh, voice. These are but minute fragments of memories drifting in this ocean. Memories of what will be in the near future. Could they be shadows of the tangled threads woven by Elysium, or perhaps faded illusions that slip through the cracks of time and space? There are none who know the answer. The Grandmaster knows. Ooh. Another hot springs paradise. January, year 1208 of the Septine calendar. See the 2 great mountains at the tip of Calvardian Basin sits a long lie. The town is known for 2 things, being the eastern entrance to the Republic and its exceptional hot springs. Through these enticing factors does it continue to welcome tourists hailing from both home and abroad. Yet today it served guests quite unlike its many unseasoned visitors. These had come from another renowned hot springs paradise situated in the northern reaches of Erebonia. Reed? The depth of flavor in the food here is just exquisite. Agreed, the Phoenix Wings food is certainly nothing to sneeze at, but I have my doubts the chef could replicate dishes this unique in taste. The Vishon Inn's reputation continues to precede itself. Baron Teo and Lady Lucia Schwarzer were sampling the inn's culinary delights, spirits high and stomachs filling fast. Their daughter Lee sat next to them, her spirit a bit lower by comparison as her brows furrowed with concern. Sure, its luxuries come with just an equal or luxurious price tag, and there's 4 of us, so even 2 nights must have cost a small fortune. Realizing what she said, she shook her head. I didn't mean to damper the mood. I know we have the money, but all my budgeting at Student Council President has made a terrible habit of me seeing the numbers. Well, the weather rain couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Then the budget buster knew will like how much we saved, because we're not here as paying customers. We were invited by the owners personally. They said they wanted to get to know us since we run similar establishments, so here we are. And we'll be inviting them here sooner than later, of course. Alright, Dad? Oh, absolutely, and add this to the list of boons coming from our countries finally coming to terms with one another. The Republic is reveling in unheard of levels of prosperity. The relations between our people are more active and festive than ever. I, for one, welcome any opportunity for their foster friendship. The Baron took another healthy sip of his Baiju before continuing. Friendship over fighting, I say. Such a shame that the world tends to overcomplicate that simple concept. Seeing her husband's glass was almost empty, Lucia filled it to the brim while adding her own thoughts. And that's all the more reason why we need to make the most of this invitation and enjoy ourselves to the fullest. The children nodded in agreement, and even that aside, there's no reason to spoil the family vacation when we so rarely have time to take them. Oh, I brought some unusual sweet dishes worth trying. Would you like to share some with me, Reed? In a bit, I'm thinking of taking another soak in the hot springs, so I might be in the mood for something sweet after. Food here is delicious, but as far as I'm concerned, the hot springs are the real star of the show. That's my boy right there. The ruling lord of the hot springs paradise would never let a good discussion about them pass him by. He was as fond of their quality and soothing effects as Reed, enthusiasm undeniably apparent from the warmth of his tone to the width of his smile. Is there medicinals? Cow. The medicinal springs happen to be a favorite of mine. I can't help but be fascinated by them time and time again. Can't believe it. I've always known about them, but here's the first place I've been able to feel the way they warm me right to your core. Think we could make one available at the Phoenix Wings? It'd be worth a try, but that comes with its own obstacles. For as many problems as Teo expressed in practical terms, Reed and just as many proposed solutions. The conversation grew more involved by the minute, leaving the ladies of the house to pleasantly bask in their glow and continue enjoying the meal before them. All four felt the same, that it had been too long since they could enjoy each other's company, but the wait had been well worth it. That night, after indulging in his post-dinner soak in the springs and telling his family he was going for a walk, Reed departed the inn. Alright, let's do this. He took in a deep breath, the crisp night air of long life filling his lungs. The hot springs were an excellent bonus to his trip, to be sure, but it was not the real reason he agreed to visit. He had come in search of Yun Kafai, the famed sword hermit. Master Kafai was the founder of the Eight Leaves One Blade School, of which Reed was a practitioner, and though now over 70 years old, he was still regarded as one of the strongest combatants on the continent. They had not met since before Reed's enrollment at Thor's. Many a letter was exchanged during the 4 years that followed, but even they had stopped after Reed earned the right to call himself a Divine Blade over a year ago. There was so very much he wished to discuss with his master. What he had learned in his 4 years of training, what had transpired since becoming a Divine Blade, the true meaning behind being the final blade to master the Eight Leaves. It's plain I'd like to ask that I have nothing to do with swordsmanship too. All these questions all impossible to answer without first knowing the whereabouts of a single individual. Even a senior practitioner like Cassius Bright claimed ignorance, having received not a single update from their old master. He'd always been an elusive but traceable sword, but wherever he was now, he was next to impossible to track. That was until word of a blade master being sighted in Longalaya reached Rin's ears. The man held the fondness for the town's specialties, those being hot springs and its fragrant tea leaves, making the sighting worthy of a particular note. He also knew from the letters before they stopped that he intended to journey eastward, making Longalaya one of the more plausible stopping points. The word came to him just as the Shorters were invited to stay at the inn during their New Year vacation. Rin's instincts told him the timing was a little too fortunate, but with how vague the lead was, even it would most likely result in him leaving the same as he had arrived. While he had not were being keen to his traveling here, his family seemed to sense it was more than a simple pleasure trip for him. I no doubt would have a great time catching up with him, but I don't want to get his hopes up for nothing. His thoughts in mind, Reed made his way through the night streets. Bro! I love how it's like all like shaded and shit. Longlay's architecture was distinctly Eastern, making it a uniquely intriguing sight among most of Calvert's towns and cities. It was not to say it was similar to Crossbell's East Street, with subtle colors paired with dignified beauty. Every wall and stone exuded the traditional concepts of wabi-sabi. One look was enough to understand the region was rich with history. Its quiet charm would give way to contrastly lively evenings. Tours both westward and farther eastward were greeted to stalls dedicated to the hot springs and more. This too held a traditional sort of charm. Reed asked several merchants if they had any information pertaining to the whereabouts of his master, someone cheap to purchasing a number of souvenirs from the stalls to keep himself from being a nuisance. They, he justified, would make excellent gifts for his friends, his coworkers, and his students. I wonder if Reed... Can't believe it's almost time for them to graduate. I might be more emotional about theirs than I was for mine. For the first time, Reed would get to experience what it was like for the young birds he had taken under his wing for 2 years to finally leave the nest. The first year had been eventful, to say the least. What had started as a problem class full of disagreements about tension had slowly grown to one of compassion and understanding for one another. With each new discovery about themselves and every new ordeal the world sought to impose upon them, that they grew not only as individuals but as a team. He hoped this period would remain as much a meaningful part of their lives as it would always be for him. The months before the Retributive Tower's appearance held many a trial, making the 10 months that followed in its shadow pass all too quickly. In that time, Reed students continued to mature, building on everything they accomplished in their first year to prepare for and settle into their future. Indeed, whether it was by overcoming their demons or by learning to work with them in a healthier fashion, the path up till now had been well worn, and while they may have had to rest from time to time, he was proud to be part of why their steps continued to face forward. Proud but also lonely at the thought of saying goodbye. As their second year drew to a close, lacking grandiose events, but still rewarding in its own right, it was this mixture of emotions that bore conflict within it most. Can't believe I'll be going through it all over again next year, and even the year after that. Hell of a career I chose to pursue, huh? Didn't know when he stopped walking, realizing this he resumed his search, paying respect in mind to many generations of educators who came before him. No matter where he looked, he could not find Master Kafai in Long Lai. It was, however, still too early to say whether the trip had been in vain, as he had at least caught an unverified report of the Blade Master being seen in the mountains to the south. Wandering such terrain at night wasn't going to be ideal, but Reno was already firm on spending the next day with his family. Tonight, it would have to be. Making a brief inn to tuck his souvenirs somewhere secure, he then departed for his new destination. The mountains' winding, half-beaten trails would be more treacherous at night, but they were not off-limits as such. The key Reen knew would be of hearing and smell, perhaps were going to be equally vital in the hours ahead. Calling upon his experience and intellect to tie in all 5 senses, took in his surroundings in full. Let's go spirit unification! Just boom! This really takes me back to training in the mountains. To call the experience training would imply his time being one of simple tutelage between student and master, but equated to so much more. Danger then was far worse than it was now. And some days required him to set foot in highly dangerous territories just to find the day's food to survive. It sounds like the Kunlun Mountains may have been used for similar exercise a long time ago. It was certain to think on the information gained during the search as continued along the trail. Searching for evidence of human activity in an environment like this was not a difficult task. Humans always leave something indicative of their presence behind that no wild creature could, be it a long dead fire, footprints, or traces of going on the hunt. One need only follow the light to lead to their source. Reen did so, advancing with the cautions instilled in him by both his old master and hunting enthusiast of a father. It soon led him to precisely to clear evidence that a human had been in the area, though the evidence itself was far from what he expected. Went to the camp. No, this is. It didn't look like it had been left by martial artists in training or Roman hunters. The peculiar thing was that there were multiple sites like the first, all evenly spaced from one to the next. It was as though something was being measured. Maybe this is from a group of scholars doing field research, but it seems too large in scale for that. There's nothing more to be found here, Reen advanced. Soon after, he found another unusual amount of evidence. It's like someone forced their way through here in a car, more like hacked up in a path wide enough for a car to pass through. All further inspection suggested that whoever was responsible had given up on this endeavor, leading him to wonder if they somehow found success elsewhere. If they did, why had they done this at all? Question pestered him if there was anywhere to clear wide paths. The remote depths of the mountain certainly were not it, but instinct told him he was only a step away from discovering the answer. If he keep following this trail a little farther. This thought, Reen sensed someone approaching. One person, 2 people. Yes, there were 2. And it's clear they were aware of his presence as well. Only for a fleeting second did he think they might be the ones responsible for the strange trails, but an attention that now thickened the air told him these were no simpler scholars. He felt them draw near, the night veiling themselves well, and then he felt them stop. How about you show yourselves? He spoke without placing his hand on his tachi, signifying to those watching that he had no desire to fight. The silhouettes then silently emerged from the darkest shadows of the mountains. They looked very much like the shinobi of the east he had heard about, their forms clad from top to bottom in black garments and their faces fully obscured. The seer inside poses a threat after all, divine blade of the Empire. The contract of their client is yet to begin, but we will make an exception for one among their list of dangerous persons. The silhouettes then charged. They caught him completely off guard, drawing short, straight blades to attack him as they narrowed in. Reen's eyes widened in surprise, but nearly in that same moment he was in a fighting stance, hand over still sheath touching. 5th form, morning moon. Perceived the direction of his foe's attacks to evade them, then mount in a counterattack of his own. All it took was that instant to repel their assault and leave them vulnerable. Ordinarily, this would be the time to take the offensive, but all Reen could do was stare at the two in disbelief. The thought entered my mind as I saw you move, but now that we've crossed blades. He paused, the disbelief in his eyes giving way to a more intent gaze. Are you practitioners of the 8-leaf school? I will pause this time from the silhouettes for answering as though they were well aware that the question was coming. No, though we do possess ties to the school. We are of the Ikaruga, practitioners of the Black God One Blade School. The what? He was left stunned. 2 Ikaruga held their blades horizontally, ready to thrust them forward at any moment. It was as though they wanted to make clear that while they had been caught off guard once, he would not be so fortunate twice. He responded by assuming the middle stance with his tachi. But just as the sides were only a beat away from engaging battle, What could only be described as a black cyclone roared from the darkness at such speed that it seemed certain to slice anything it touched. Its appearance caught Reen by surprise more than the initial attacks by the silhouette. He had not suspected an attack from that angle, that distance, or even that moment. His enemies, on the other hand, did not so much as flinch at the sight. The bulging blade, over an arch and a half in length, was headed directly for Reen's back. He couldn't possibly dodge it now. Perhaps he should have noticed. Perhaps it was impossible to notice. Whatever the answer, the divine blade of the Empire would soon fall. The silhouettes waited in for his final moments to be convinced of no other fate in his future. When Reen spun his body in full circle, applying the intensity built into his tachi from the motion to swing. The blow made was weighted yet precise, shifting the incoming blade to a new direction without mitigating its near overpowering force. This technique was an application of the first form, Helix. There was no greater course in the moment than to use it to redirect the attack without it ever making direct contact. The spinning blade was now significantly off its intended course. Marine slashed at it again, birthing a shockwave that further shifted its path. The blade went flying hairs to the right of the direction it had come from. A hand was there to deftly catch it midair. You may have understood taking the title, but you're worthy of being called the Divine Blade. All the same, you use the unclouded eye well. From this hand emerged a new figure from the darkness. While he was clad in similar garments to the silhouette, something about his presence was much more inspired by comparison. His musculature was thoroughly discernible beneath his body, covering fortified suit. His every movement, however slight, reflected a complete lack of hesitation. The faint light of his eyes, visible through his mask, projected no emotion whatsoever. The man possessed the aura of a true warrior, one projected only by those who have fought more battles than was possible to count. Fall back, he's too formidable a foe for you to handle. The silhouette slid into darkness in an instant, while only the new arrival was left to face Reen. I need to know, who are you and why did you attack me? Our contract forbids the disclosure of such information. You will leave this place now, fledgling the Divine Blade. The tone was not one of advice nor of an order. It was as if the man were stating a fact, his calmness veiling an untold malice that told Reen what would happen if he did not do as he was told. I'm afraid I can't do that without explanation, not when I haven't found what I'm looking for yet. I understand, then. There's no longer anything to discuss. All they can do is battle. I, Kurogane of the Rogetsu School, shall be your opponent. Kurogane stood at attention, the large blade he had thrown before now pointed. I'd have rather settled this with words, but I can see that's not an option. Reen sighed, taking his own stance in turn. Then Reen Schwarzer, Master of the 8 Leagues, One Blade School's 7th form, shall be yours. The Divine Blade moved instantly. The bizarre weapon Kurogane wielded was less akin to a sword and more 4 equally sized blades arranged in the shape of a cross, their bases connected to a single point. That he could direct this large weighted shuriken as though it were a simple child's toy spoke volumes about how strong it was. Still, even it was not infallible, for it was not one to be ideally used in close-range combat. Kurogane appeared to have no other key weapons on hand, either meaning that if Reen could force him to fight, where he would be at his most disadvantageous, it would very likely come out the victor. This was what he had in mind when choosing attack first. Second form, Gale. Closed the gap between them, drew his blade, and made a wide swing towards his opponent in the blink of an eye. Kurogane blocked the blow with ease. That, however, meant nothing in the larger scheme of things. Reen knew well this man's capabilities. As long as the gap between them was closed, and it was, he considered the attack a success. Just as he thought he would be able to push onward and overpower his foe by mounting a new fierce assault, Kurogane split his cross-shaped shuriken in half. The ease at which he did made it clear this was intended by design. Oh. He can dual-wield double sabers. There's no hiding his shock. In the West, double sabers were seen as relics from the Dark Ages, and now difficult to utilize. Crow is the only person Reen knew who was competent with one, and only one. The skill it would take to use two was almost too difficult to fathom. The surprise created an opening that Kurogane was not going to let pass unexploited. Possessing twin two-ended blades allowed the shinobi to perform considerably more strikes than Reen, giving him no chance to push back. Steel sparked as their weapons clashed. Kurogane was dominant for some time, but he could do nothing to bolster his advantage. With strike and spark after strike and spark, the advantage was moving back to Reen. This was in part due to him being used to fighting this weapon that defied rationale. It was also because he had been given the time to find what he was looking for, the perfect range in which to attack. Double sabers were forged with a shorter reach than they appeared to have, something inevitable due to their handling being in the middle. It could have been because he also used them as shuriken, but the length of Kurogane's sabers were even shorter than Crow's, meaning Reen would have to adjust with the longer length of his blade. He measured patiently, staying only just out of Kurogane's reach, and evading the onslaught by a hair's breadth each time prior to countering. It was calculated quickly thanks to Kurogane's frequent rapid attacks, meaning all Rean had to do now was wait for the right moment. This moment would come in the form of his opponent showing impatience for this stalled battle, driving him to take an unneeded step forward. Rean evaded the strike expertly, instantly returning it with an upward diagonal slash. The force of the swing of his Tachi made contact with the handle of Kuragane's own sword weapon, knocking it clean out of his hand. Rean dashed forward to make use of this available opportunity, but after only a flicker of bewilderment, Kuragane moved to deny him. He blocked Rean's attack with the double saber still in possession, then hurled a hidden kunai with his free hand, jumping backward a significant distance while doing so. Very good divine blade of the 8 leaves. You may pale to the scales of our princess, but you without doubt deserve your reputation, princess. His intonation, when unanswered as Kuragane took a noticeably different stance than before. Demonstrating my respect for your skills with my finest technique. This put Rean staunchly on guard, senses heightened, he focused every nerve in his body, fixing his eyes on whatever was coming from Kuragane, who was now gone. Nothing remained where Rean's opponent had just stood. He hadn't taken his eyes off him, never eased himself for a moment, yet Kuragane was nowhere to be seen. How had he moved that quickly? Some kind of spatial translocation. There were no signs to indicate either one. Was it that he never moved at all and was still there, sight unseen? No, that wasn't it either. The double saber Rean had fell to the ground was also gone. Still sensitive, so he hasn't gone far. He's pressed the panic welling up within, owning his senses a second time. That was when another black cyclone swirled toward him from the shadows. I've expected something of this nature, so with a little deviation he was able to deflect it as he did the first time. Attack indicated that Kuragane had reassembled his shuriken after covering its lost half, so he could throw it again. Also good to together with the slight changes in the surroundings where he was now positioned. We needed a little more time to know where he was for certain. But ahead of making a solid conclusion, the cyclone came at him yet again from a new angle. That was fast. Though he blocked this attack as well as the last, before he could fully correct his posture, the next cyclone approached. The gap between was getting shorter and shorter. There was another one. This time was shorter, and another shorter. Soon these assorted smaller cyclones were seemingly growing into a blended grand storm of death with Rean trapped at its center. This doesn't feel like I'm being attacked by a single person. Did he make phantom copies of himself? He had no idea from where the next cyclone would form, and by the time he located it, the next one was ready. Even the unclouded eye wasn't going to be enough for him to deduce Kuragane's location. He'd been able to repel every blade that met with him so far. But that was growing increasingly difficult. Didn't want to use it, but I'm not sure I have a choice. Whether that doing so would place him in danger, Rean took his mind off of the battle. The yellow blocking evading attacks, dedicating the bare minimum of his focus to not sustaining with the blows and focusing his mind into it. Focus on the power that he had long cultivated inside of him, the power he had feared, loathed, and rejected, the power he now relied on, desired, and nearly surrendered himself to. The power he faced with his loved ones at his side, making it a true part of himself. With his mind clear as day, he unleashed his full strength. Enlightened spirit unification. He viewed his Tachi with the great power surging out of him, crying out as he did so, and spinning his body forcibly around to create a bladed circle around him. The energy released by his Tachi repelled all forthcoming shuriken with ease. With him, Kuragane's phantom copies lurking in the shadow, in the darkness, faded to nothing. With that, there you are. Charged towards Kuragane. The man was thoroughly overwhelmed by Rean's sudden counterattack, throwing him completely off balance. There's nothing he could do to repel what would come next. It's time to settle this. Rean swung his Tachi down, while pouring all of his might into a final single strike. But just as the two felt the battle was coming to an end, the zeroth form, duality. Accompanied with a voice as beautiful as a bell, with a slash tearing through the sky, its color so black, it threatened to eclipse the moon. It effortlessly stopped Rean's weapon from reaching its target, but that wasn't all. What? With a high-pitched metallic sound, Rean's beloved Tachi was sundered cleanly in two. Princess, Kuragane was also taken aback by this new arrival. I heard what was happening from both our scouts. You could have invited me to join the fun instead of keeping it all to yourself. The words as she tried to Kuragane indicated dissatisfaction, but the music of her tone betrayed her excitement. Rean made to see who this mysterious figure was. The sight of took his breath away. She was young, wearing a fortified suit that looked to be a marriage of classical and modernist styles, with long, silver hair that almost appeared to glow in the pale moonlight. Her age was likely close to Rean's, perhaps a little younger, with well-defined features that still held traces of adolescence, pairing strikingly in contrast to the empty void behind her eyes. There was the air of a young noble woman who had been sheltered from impurities all her life, and the stench of a baleful warrior who had bathed in the blood of countless lives. How she was both and neither at once Reed could not understand, but it was this very quality that made her all the more captivating and dangerous. The woman's left hand was a large black engraved blade that threatened to freeze him for daring a glance at it. No doubt it was what halved Reed's touchy moments ago. What did Reed fumbled for the words as he clutched the useless handle tightly in his hand. The fair-haired woman only smiled as she looked down upon it. The weapon was very fine, but it was never any match for my friend, I'm afraid. She spun the black blade in her hands around gently before holding it up toward the night sky to seemingly display it with pride. It was hard to see why she would boast about possessing such a weapon. It seemed many a blade of historical significance, but instinct told him that hers was better than any of those. The blood side featured an intricate design of deep gray that while he could not discern its meaning there and then, he knew it was nothing less than a work of art. There was an aura about it, one cold as ice, that seemed to reject its worldly surroundings, making it capable of cutting through anything it so desired. Came in company with a beautiful hilt of deep red that contrasted its body without feeling out of place. This juxtaposition was, in a sense, much a reflection of its wielder, with their two opposing natures being distinctive yet also as one. Reed thought as he observed, her blade was clear and special, but that alone did not explain the strength behind her attack. He never heard of the technique she used, but it was certainly connected to the leaves in some way, and the skill she showed in executing it made her equal to a divine blade. So fixated as these thoughts rushed through his mind that he was only brought out by her sudden laughter. Didn't think I'd ever meet you here. I wonder if our old master is behind guiding us to the same place. Or if it's just a happy coincidence. Wait, the man when she spoke in familiarity with Reed gave him a theory. That technique you just used was really something. Consider me intrigued. It's put you a league above, more interesting than our senior practitioners. So he was right. Are you? But before he could hear what he already knew, she turned away, refusing to let him finish the question. He isn't here, so why don't you run on back to your family? Go and make the most of your vacation. Just don't let your skill with the blade slip. The world will need it again one day. She spoke with a certain satisfaction as she pointed down to the other half of his broken, and then she leaped high, seemingly disappearing on the other side of the room. Reed could only stare, dumbfounded, as she vanished. He couldn't even speak. Kuragane left with her. Damn, Rip Reed. The Ikaruga, the Black God One Blade School, and our senior practitioners. Reed had been unable to fulfill his objective, and not just that, he was left with countless new questions about the people he encountered and the mount itself. He felt there was a meaning behind being guided to a specific place, but how important it was or what it entailed he did not know. And yet, the person responsible for discerning that won't be me. Looking down at his broken Tachi, he was struck anew with how massive the world truly was. He realized that, now that his master was confirmed to be elsewhere, the purpose of his visit to Long Lai was nothing more than to enjoy a wonderful, ordinary vacation with his family. His being here was but a peculiar coincidence, for now at least. When I get back, I'll need to reforge my Tachi and myself. Something certain in this region, all across Calvard, but there was nothing he could do about that as he was. All he could focus on was training and bettering himself so he could one day play a part against the next threat that loomed over the distant horizon. New resolve welling in his soul, his way through the now still mountain trail back to where his loving family waited. Bro, that was long as fuck. Another hot springs paradise at the end. An unconventional student. Alright, before we go through an unconventional student, I'm gonna BRB because I need to pee. Well, I'm sure anyone who's gotten to this point in the stream, watching it, whether on YouTube or Twitch or whatever, they're probably tired of the BRB screen. Anyway, I know, student. I hope we get color on this one. April, years 1208 of the Septine calendar. Oh, when school starts. Artemis Academy is a famous educational institute in the Calvardian capital of Edith. The name derives from an artist central to Calvard's democratic revolution 100 years ago. This is also reflected in its goal of nurturing new talent and helping to forge a brighter future for a new republic. The Academy placed great value on traditional education, of course, but it also encouraged the perspectives of new cultures and values, attracting many an independent mind from across Lemuria. It is a storied place of learning that reflected the public's views as a whole. The story, for its part, begins not long after the springtime festival held yearly to welcome the new student body. Just another morning at the academy, countless students shuffling through its grounds, when one of them in particular happened to draw an unusual amount of attention. The young lady had long, soft, violet hair crowned with a black ribbon. Her figure had been cut very respectably as she matured into a young woman of 17 years. Yet her face still held traces of girlhood days bygone. Indeed as she was, she never failed to turn inquisitive heads as she strolled along. So Ren! Her name was Ren Bright. She was a second-year student from Genus Royal Academy in Liberal, now studying at Artemis as part of an exchange program. She had only just arrived in the spring. Ren's goal of attending was not to further her education. She had been considered highly gifted since she was a child, having already earned several doctorates in years past. There's a little more a new academy could reasonably teach her. Her goal in reality was to use it as a front to operate freely in Calvert. It's hard to find one better than being a student. She already found the role relatively foolproof during her time at Genus. If there were limits to how much a student could get away with, society as a whole was soft on school children. To move freely would also require drawing as little attention as possible. She aimed to conduct herself modestly, as any elegant young lady who wished to remain unseen should during her time at Artemis. There's just one very big problem with this plan. Good morning, Miss Bright. Isn't she gorgeous? Look, I see her. Yeah, there's just one problem. She's hot as fuck. Which, yeah. Takes after her mom. Look, I see her. She's so beautiful, and everyone says she's just as smart, too. All she had to do was walk down the hall to be showered with greetings and whispers of envy and admiration. Her looks alone were ready enough to make her the talk of the school. But after one of the teachers let slip that she received a perfect score on her entrance exam, there was suddenly not a single person who didn't know her name. The other students cared not how much she wanted to avoid drawing attention. She was getting it whether she liked it or not. That is so sus way of putting it. Naturally, not everyone was pleased with the booming popularity the new transfer student had attained in less than a month. While most were busy fawning over Ren's arrival, that morning another group watched the charade unfold from the shadows, echoing audible tuts of displeasure. Ren had yet to be enrolled in any club, so as soon as the day's lessons had come to an end, she packed her belongings and stood to leave. A word if I may, Miss Bright. As a fellow classmate surrounded by a small faction of students clearly loyal to their King Bee. Oh, this is not going to end well. Certainly. Though Instinct told her this was not going to be a conversation she wanted to have, she made an effort to pretend otherwise. She would not be provoked from behaving as anything but a mature, modest young lady. I wanted to get to know you better for some time now, you see, so I was wondering if you might join me for dinner this evening. The boy, Ronald Griffith, presented a gentlemanly smile. So the main villain, Pog, or at least the main villain's kid. Ronald was very much used to being asked out like this, and never once did she accept. She always made up some excuse to turn him down. Today would be another for him. I'm ever so sorry, but I'm afraid I have something urgent to take care of after school today. Some other time, perhaps. This is usually enough to get them to give up, but Ronald is a persistent one. Well, that won't do. I have something very important to discuss with you, and I've already booked us a table at a very fine restaurant so we can discuss in detail. There's really no way your business can wait. There was something ominous about his smile. Ren couldn't help what he was thinking. I'm afraid I can't. I'm so sorry after you've gone out of your way to prepare ahead of time. Still, I could spare a little time now, so I'd be happy to talk here if that's alright. So not tonight, then, a pity. Ron's tone read one less of genuine sadness and more irritation that things were not going according to plan. However, that he let slip his true feelings in the matter, he composed himself and smiled. Now is better than ever, I suppose. This does concern everyone in the rooms. Perhaps it's all for the better said here. To this, Ren glanced around the room, noticing that only she, Ronald, and his lackeys were all who remained. Most were luckily on their way home or in their respective clubs, while some would have ordinarily been in the classroom this hour. She certainly didn't want anything to do with Ronald and his group. He took a step toward her, then began to speak. Well, Lord, Miss Bright, that you have come all the way from distant Liberal to be here. It's not unusual for students to transfer from far for family reasons. But I hear in your case, you came to Calvert just to learn in these hallowed halls. Cannot but deeply admire your spirit and thirst for knowledge. Pure theatrics, this one. At the same time, I worry about you. Brilliant you may be, but living alone in a far-off land must be a terribly lonely and challenging affair. We all need someone to depend on in our lives, and that would be especially so in your situation. So if you don't mind me saying so, Miss Bright, Reverie needs someone to look after you, to protect you. Lastly, shut up, giving Ren a chance to spot. Just scrutinize him closely. Sure, you'd like for me to join your circle of friends, correct? Or else smarmy smile brought him. His father was a senator in the public's parliament, meaning he had a significant amount of political power. Son used this to his full advantage ever since joining the academy. Ronald had used his father's name to form a faction of sorts among the students forcefully building his reputation too as the leading candidate for student council president in the election stage in half a month's time. His goal, Ren assumed, was to bring the honest talk of the academy into his faction to further secure his chances of victory. I think you'll find that joining us would help you feel much more secure and at home here. Or perhaps you don't yet appreciate just how much of a difference having someone like me backing you would make on the life of an exchange student. True, she mused inwardly. Being in a group of high society wouldn't make it easier for her to gather information. If she could leverage his father's connections to build more of her own, that paid itself in dividends in the days to come. The pompous boy had no way of knowing the actual circumstances of Barnard Aramis. His proposal was, in fact, very beneficial to her. She turned to smile with almost one of her own as she answered. You kind of think so much of me, but I'm afraid I'll have to decline. Clear, unambiguous rejection. Ron's lips were still curling to smile, but he could not hide the twitch in his brow, nor could Zakis hide their shock. They had, by all accounts, expected to answer the opposite. Are you sure you won't reconsider, Miss Bright? Surely someone as brilliant as yourself can see why accepting my offer would be in your best interest. If you don't now, you may well come to regret it. The last words were hair slower and deliberate to intimidate. Red, of course, is never going to fall for it. I'll admit it's a tempting proposal, tempting enough to inspire one to consider helping a certain someone win the student council election. If only that someone weren't you. What did you just say? The sun caught him completely off guard, resulting in a flare of irritation escaping. Ran for her part was unruffled by the change. Imagine you don't need me to explain why, but I will to be sure. I've been very aware that the threatening glares I always attract on the way to school every morning have been coming from all of you. They've been a constant in my life ever since before the festival. All were flabbergasted by the statement, their sides confirming what she said to be true, she continued. Now you have every right to regard me with caution. I'm well aware of how much you stand out despite my best efforts. Taking potential threats under your own wing is a strategically sound move too. However, that your target was so easily able to see through your scheme shows everyone here just how inept you really are. I've better things to do than assist someone so incompetent and small-minded. With a shrug and sigh in a somewhat dramatic fashion, Ren stood before Ronald, his shoulders trembling from rage. Good day to you all. Ren gave a courteous nod of acknowledgement before leaving the room, paying no mind to the wide eyes, no one slack jaws she left behind. So Ren just created another. So I ended up getting pretty beat up from another of Mom's crazy jobs she threw at him. We did get some good data of it, but ouch. Your mom is always so funny. Dude, I just want to play Koro now. That night in the dormitory, Ren and Tina were engrossed in deep conversations through their laptops. Bro! But it's always same old with all of you. I'm surprised there's anything of Agatha left with how often you tell me she has him nearly facing death. But you are in a rut. I know something that could spice things up. Maybe try adding a little romance to the mix, like a couple of bright-eyed lovebirds. No, oh boy! But we have agreed to go somewhere next week, so we're not in a complete rut. Wasn't that something? The stairs stood adulthood to await you, my dear friend. Ren! Tina graduated from the branch campus in Arabonia just as Ren left for Calvert, leaving them no time to spend with one another in person. That wasn't ideal, of course, but from a hint of sadness came the habit of talking like this once a week so they could stay in each other's lives. They discussed everything from their little lives and environments to the fruits of their research, occasionally stumbling into a serious topical matter or two along the way. It sounds like a legal confrontation between the Verne Company and FC Foundation is inevitable at this point. I know, I can't believe this is really happening. Both frowned at their screens. Some development concerning the Calvardian industrial giant Verne Company had become a key source of concern for them of late. Reinford, ZCF, Epstein. It began soon after Crossville returned to normalcy after the Supreme Leader's takeover the previous year. Professor Erica Larsel approached the Verne Company and proposed that they join the West Zimmeria Tech Union that she had been hard at work forming. To no one's surprise, they refused. Before Erica and the rest of the engineers involved could even finish getting ready to go and change Verne's mind, something happened to make the union the least of anyone's priorities. The independent development of a new generation of orbits. And their generation's long partner in this subset of technology, the Epstein Foundation, would not be a collaborator. That had been key supporters of Mary's orbital development, and orbital in general since their very inception. Battle ornaments were no exception to this. The Foundation had known their way around them since the very first model, drafting the incredible concept that had been used as a base ever since. Even the Rifle Company before the Battle of Jormungandr had not thought to develop their Arcus models on their own, said fairing to develop them in partnership with the Storied Institute. The essence was, quite simply, unprecedented, and sent shockwaves throughout the industry. The Epstein Foundation was also less than pleased about being cast aside in this manner. While there were certainly legal concerns regarding who owned the patent of this technology, the greater concern was that their stable position in the industry as a whole was now becoming unstable. They initially responded by attempting to resolve this through peaceful means. When those attempts proved fruitless, it was reported that they were preparing for what could only be an ugly international legal dispute. St. Vern has the upper hand if this ever makes it to court. Unlike the previous Ramda ornaments, this 6th generation is designed to set a whole new standard. All its main features are packed with new tech, with some new features still being kept under wraps. I wonder what those are. What could they be trying to for enough to ruin their relationship with the Foundation? Though I have heard about the government telling the Vern Company to focus more on weapons development. I have too. It sounds like they're planning to significantly revamp the military's weaponry. The official story is that they're planning on slimming the military down, but if they're pairing that with the latest in weapons development, then they're still just as powerful, maybe more so. As part of the war ceasefire agreement, Erebonians required to downsize their military, bringing it more in line with that of Calvin's. If the Republic were to expand the capabilities of its military, this recently forced equilibrium in superpowers would be quickly broken. Whatever may be true, I've got a lot of questions and maybe it would be worth visiting the Vern Company's headquarters in Basel at some point. You haven't learned anything more about where Professor Hamilton is at the moment, right? Nothing new or concrete, at least. It sounds like she's continuing research eastward, but I haven't heard anything more specific than that. Mo and Grandpa haven't had any luck in contacting her either. I'm not surprised since that area isn't very well connected, but it's still fortunate. She's a lot more personable than Professor Schmidt, so having her on our side would help a lot. Tina could only laugh. Yeah, there's a lot of worrying stories going around now about PMCs and stuff like that. It makes me wonder if none of this would even be happening if she was still acting as an advisor for the Vern Company. The deeper into the conversation they went, the more Tina could feel her spirits shrinking. The political climate in Western Zemuria was unusually stable at the moment, with its nations basking in prosperity. She could not shake off the feeling that this peace was built over rotting wood, and that it would all come crashing down with but the slightest provocation. It's becoming especially true in the tech world, as it had undergone rapid growth in recent years compared to other fields, so rapid in fact that no base could possibly sustain sudden weight without cracks beginning to form. Try not to dwell too much on the worst case scenario, Tita. This peace might rest on a knife's edge, but there's still plenty we can do to preserve it. That's why I'm here right now, and that's also why you're working so hard too. We could find a million problems in the world if we wanted, but pessimism isn't going to make them go away, right? And the words filled Tita with the right amount of comfort she needed in that precise moment. Yeah, I guess you're right. Thanks, Ren. They continued on, losing track of time as they talked well into the night. Before they knew it, the clock had struck 12. Well, it's getting really late, so I should probably be going. I'll talk to you soon, okay? Alright, good night, Tita. Good night. Oh, Tita suddenly remembered something. The next moment, maybe she stopped Ren just as she was about to end the call. Estelle and Joshua told me to ask if you're doing okay in school. Those two always worry too much, and you'd think I wasn't talking to them too. She couldn't help but remember her interaction with Ronald after class, but Ren quickly drove the thought from her mind. It wasn't worth dredging up. Tell them they can rest easy. Everything is fine. Good. They wanted me to let them know if you were being bullied so they could fly over and help. Ren could also, honestly, do they think I can't keep myself safe from a few schoolyard bullies? Actually, they said they were more worried about what you do to them than what they do to you. Okay! I mean, it's like, no. They're worried about the other people. At first I Tina couldn't help but burst out laughing. I worry about you too, obviously, but they're probably right. How awful of you. Even if that were to happen to me, I wouldn't do half of what you're imagining. Not anymore, anyway. See, it's saying that kind of thing that makes people worry. I wouldn't do half of what you're imagining. Not anymore. It's just like, Ren. It's that other half that's worrying them. That makes people worry. I'm a lady now. I need the magnanimity to forgive the transgressions of others. I was trying to do what I can to avoid setting out too much at school. You could try, but I think that's always been a lost cause. Anyway, Now I'm really going to go before I remember anything else. Say hi to Zin for me if you run into him. I'm planning to go and see him when everything calms down here, so we'll do. I've been meaning to go and see someone else I've been indebted to in the past too. By the time the two of them had finished talking and the call, one day had given way to the next. Zane and Kilika. The morning dawned yet another day of school. However, just as she left her classroom in the main building at the start of lunch and went to send the ticket, she felt someone suddenly draw near from behind her. Reflexively, she dodged out of the way. A female student then entered her field of vision. She had lost her balance, her expression a mix of fear and surprise. She passed through the spot Ren had made moments before, but her momentum showed no sign of fading. So then stopped her, she was going to start tumbling down the stairs. Ren was quick to grab her and pull her close. She supported the girl's weight with one arm with all the grace of someone taking part in a ballroom dance, saving her from falling. Several students having witnessed the event unfold could not help but elicit gasps of admiration. Noticing that the girl's eyes were still unfocused, Ren gently addressed her. Are you alright? You aren't hurt, are you? Finally realizing the situation she was in, the girl's face had become quite red, quickly straightened her posture and the flustered. Yes, I'm okay. You're in bright from the next class over, aren't you? Thank you so much for helping me. You're very welcome. But to caution you from losing your composure like that right next to the staircase, do you have some really urgent business to take care of? The girl first frowned in response to pause to think, then answered. Nothing I can think of, it's weird, but even though it was probably my imagination, it felt like someone had pushed me from behind. Obviously no one here would do that, so I must have just bumped into someone by accident. She thanked the rescuer again before disappearing into the distance. The situation that she had deemed her imagination, however, lingered in Ren's mind. If I had said something was amiss, both of us would have fallen down the stairs. We could have been badly hurt. Was it really just a coincidence? Or was it a deliberate action by someone who wants to hurt me? It was the latter. She didn't have anything to support in the stereo, but with it came a familiar sensation, the feeling of malicious stares focusing on her from the shadows. It took surprisingly little time for suspicion to get evidence. Finishing gym class the next day, Ren made for the classroom and began preparing for her next lesson. As she did, she noticed something was amiss. All of her textbooks had been glued shut with an excessive amount of adhesive. Try as she did to open them, it was a lost cause to get to even a single page. It was an obvious attempt to harass her. Covers behind the actor were equally obvious. Not far from where Ren was sitting, Raoul Griffith and Zakis, whom someone was turned away 2 days prior, were snickering to themselves, their eyes blocking the focus on Ren all the while. They're not even interested in hiding what they're like anymore. I'm sure at this point they want me to know who did it to intimidate me. Today's development also confirmed in her mind that they were responsible for trying to push her down the stairs the day before. What a pitiful sight they were. Because she refused to join the group, her existence was in their eyes nothing more than a hindrance in Ronald's campaign for student council president. They stopped at nothing to either break her spirit or force her to join or shame her into lowering her popularity among the student body. It didn't matter that Ren had no interest in taking part in the election. After further inspecting the state of textbooks, Ren's expression grew difficult to read. I think I make them usable again, but not in what little time I have left before class. Bell soon chimed to signal the start of her lesson. Ren left her textbooks out on top of her desk, making no effort to open them throughout. The instructor was, of course, less than pleased about this perceived slight against them, picking her to answer questions as an attempt to try to poor behavior. Miss Bright, please read the next paragraph aloud for us. Ronald's friends let out a series of pleased giggles, their minds lying at the flustered Ren being told off and humiliated in front of the entire class. What transpired in reality played out very differently from their fantasies. Without missing a beat, Ren did exactly as she was told, reciting the selected paragraph she had been asked to read word for word, all while her textbook remained closed. Did you memorize the entire book? Even the instructor could not hide their surprise. They were like, wait a second! She was like, but of course, as a student of RMS Academy, I would never dare to compromise in preparing for my lessons. Ren's smile was such grace that she, of course, drew in more sighs and coos of admiration from both her instructor and peers alike. It was only Ronald and his posse who groaned with sullen expressions. The next incident came on Ren's way to school the next morning. She entered the school gates with a horde of other students, and just about to step into the building when she noticed a foul smell coming from above her. She looked upward, noticing a portion of the fencing surrounding the building's rooftop was falling directly above her. Other students noticed at the same time, letting out screams of horror and worries they could do nothing about it. I could get out of the way easy if I wanted, but the fencing was over 2 arms in length. She could escape unharmed, but the other students around her would likely not. That was a risk she was unwilling to take. Grasping the battle orb hidden in her bag, she cried out, "Airstrike!" The sphere of wind formed in response to her incantation, flying upward at high speeds. She carefully controlled its power so that instead of sending the fence flying, it simply canceled out its momentum instead, allowing her to hop and catch it with ease. This is no accident, the smell makes it obvious. It was the distinct smell of a liquid extracted from a certain plant monster. One of its properties was to imitate the natural corrosion of metal, resulting in its application in certain solvents. This made the fence fall a deliberate action the perpetrator had been trying to disguise as an accident, and with Ren having been the target of several malicious acts already, the culprit was clear. Again, she could feel the presence of those familiar, hateful stares pouring into her from the shadows. But again as well, they were not the only ones with eyes on her. Whoa, that was awesome. You see that? Is there anything she can't do? Let's quiet. Meditation was accompanied by a multitude of cheers and applause from all around her. As if she were a performer just about to leave the stage, she gave an elegant bow in response. This would not be the last time she endured harassment from Ronald's group, but each and every time they thought the best of her, she would handle herself with exemplary skill. Their efforts only serving to make her more popular. The state of affairs continued for several more days before seemingly out of place, patient Ronald summoned Ren behind the school building after lessons were over for the day. Stood impressively before his lackeys behind him with the composure attempted to feign out of place by plain vile anger. Bro, this isn't even a fair fight. Like, it's not a fight. Ren's about to wash these guys. Let me give it to you straight, Ren Bright. You are an eyesore. Even that gentlemanly air impersonated before was gone. Really? Well, that's not a very polite thing to say to a classmate. We'll try to act innocent. I've put too much damn time and here into building my position up at this academy, but who's always the center of attention instead? It's you. It's always you. It's like you're deliberately trying to sabotage my chances of success, and that's the last thing I can afford right now. The more livid Ronald became, the more ruffled Ren was in turn. You're only sabotaging yourself by setting me up feed over and over again. You are aware of that, aren't you? If she'd not been forced to defend herself against him over and over again, she would not have received nearly as much attention. As being pointed out caused Ronald to return an audible tut of frustration. Who cares about how it happens? The point is, this has gone on long enough, so I'm going to have to ask you to step off the stage for a while. What do you mean? Ronald seemed to present some of his initial clue from when they first talked as the answer. I mean something very simple. You just won't come to school until the election is over. And if I refuse, to this you raised a hand, and in response to Zaki stepped forward, shouted. The bullies were unusually well built for their age, showing off their hulking forms in hopes of intimidating her. Bro, she's fought demons. This is literally nothing. Option, I'm afraid. If you aren't going to oblige me willingly, we'll just have to make it so you can't come to school for a while. Zaki's cracked their knuckles dramatically to clarify their leader's intent. Well, that's no good. I think we both know that would constitute a grave violation of the school rules. Something about her inflection caused them to mistake commentary as showing it to fear, further fueling their desire to dominate the situation. No one's watching a place like this, and even if someone did happen to see my father's a politician, he could make it go in. If they don't really choose to ignore what they saw in deference to my position, that is. Everyone in this academy seems to already know their place, you see. Everyone except you. Smile then was so unpleasant that a sigh escaped Ren. Oh, I think you're the one who doesn't know your place, and I don't want to be rough with him after what Tina said. He needs to be taught a good hard lesson. And Ronald continued on, oblivious to what was running through his apparent victim's mind. Now do as I say. Zach drew closer, ready to Caesar. Keep it mild, but I still want this to hurt for them, just enough to set them on the right track. I don't think Estelle or Joshua would object to that. Just as she was about to act. Stop this at once. A girl's shout could be heard from the direction of the school building. She was, of course, not shouting at Ren. And who are you? Ronald was visibly irritated. Though the girl appeared to be visibly nervous, she continued to stand her ground. Wait a minute! I didn't mean to listen in, but I couldn't help but overhear what was happening here. You can't go through with this. What you're doing is wrong. Girl stepped forward until she was directly in front of Ren, protect her from her schoolyard bullies. As she did so, the light revealed sleek, dazzling blonde hair that shimmered much like the sunshine above. Ren recognized her to be a first-year student who lived in the dormitory next to her own. They weren't close to one another, at most they only exchanged polite greetings with one another as they passed each other in the hall. She always seemed like a quiet, polite young woman with a good upbringing. However, not the type whose eyes would glow with resolve as she put her well-being on the line for someone else's. Ron was surprised by this, as was Ronald, though he was less than impressed. He never fathomed that another student would dare not resist him. One thing he did sense was that her resistance was a little more than a brave front. With excitement at the thought of stripping that front bare, he grew to this smile and addressed her. Is it now? Well, how fortunate for me that I have you to show me the error of my ways. Ren can wait. You're a first year, I assume. I'm going to need to give you a lesson on just how right and wrong works in our society. Upon a signal, Zaki shifted to surround their new target over Ren. She began to tremble as danger closed in on her, but still she did not move. Don't you dare. This time it was Ren who spoke up. I'll give you what you want, so don't you dare touch her. But, you sure about that? She's planning on that response, but Ronald was more than happy to have his win in any form. I'll stay away from school for a while. That's what you want, right? But then you. The experience of studying abroad has been rather tiring for me, so maybe I need some rest. I do need some rest. Well, Jen told an attempt to assuage the kind girl's concern. Ron, meanwhile, made no attempt to hide the joy he felt at victory, laughing heartily with all the glee of a spoiled child. Good, now everyone knows their place here. It's no reason to harm either of you now that I've got what I want. Consider yourselves lucky now that I've decided to let you go. I'll turn away and made to leave. His luck is following suit. Good day to you then. When next we meet, the school will be all mine. And then he was gone. With all the girls left behind in the school building, the younger of the two looked up at her senior, concern welling in her expression. I really am all right. You're very kind to worry. Ren's smile was one of genuine kindness. From then on, Ren did indeed stop coming to school, citing illness as the official reason behind her absence. The students then gathered in the Academy's auditorium several days later for the long-awaited student council election. She wins this, doesn't she? Artemis Academy as a whole placed great importance on the autonomy of its students, and as such, the student council exercised an unusual amount of power. It also weighed upon them a massive amount of responsibility, such as being the sole planner for the Academy's festival, symbol and celebration of spring in the capital. This, however, also led to the position being a major status symbol even long after graduation. All of this was why a large number of students put their names forward to become the student council president every year. Yet this year, a great majority of the most promising candidates dropped out under mysterious circumstances, leaving only Ronald and others associated with him on the ballot. They couldn't exactly boast about winning by default. Ronald's supporters sat in the rest area, chuckling among themselves at the whole affair. Perhaps his name wasn't the only one on the ballot, but none of the others had done any certifiable campaigning, meaning the selection was positively assured. Eventually the time came for him to give his speech. It was a compelling one. He played the part of a respectable young gentleman, speaking with that same silver tongue he inherited well from his father. There were some moments where he failed to hide his arrogance, but as no one else had prepared a speech to give, this was not the blow to his campaign it otherwise would have been. Now, if you could turn your eyes to the screen he spoke of was at the back of the auditorium. It was rather a notable feature to have in a school building, to have anywhere. It was installed several years prior for use in lectures and to display recreational films. Other nations had yet to indulge in such luxuries, showing just how far ahead Calvert was in its technology. Until then, students had used it to display photographs during their speeches, but Ronald tended to take it another step further. He wanted to share a promotional video and not a simple makeshift self-produced one that might ordinarily be presented by an actor. Rather, professional work he paid a considerable amount of Mira for. His quality was genuinely impressive. His victory was written in stone, but this he knew would cement it that much more. This would serve as the perfect beginning to his ascension to the top of the social hierarchy. He started the video. The musical number played was rousing, fitting. What followed then was Ronald appearing on screen. So how much Mira do you want for supporting me? I can make it worth your while. What? The video playing before them was not the one intended. Rather than inspirational show of what he could bring to somebody, is a recording of him buying off one of his opponents. Just days before. As hush whispers of community spread through the auditorium, the next clip played. If you know what's good for you, you'll withdraw your candidacy right now, or the only thing you'll be president of is a hospital bed. Next was the unexpected scene of Ronald submitting another candidate to withdrawing from the race. As continued, Ronald realized what was going on. Someone out there had replaced his carefully prepared video with another. The initially hesitant whispers exploded to loud enough murmurs that he had to raise his voice over them in an attempt to call the situation. It's all a forgery. Someone is attempting to frame me. But just at that moment, as if waiting for his cry of denial, a girl's voice resounded from the auditorium's entrance. I'm afraid it is all entirely genuine. The voice rang out with wonderful clarity, charming all who heard it. She ran her hand through her violet hair and flipped it back as she walked slowly toward the stage. Bribing potential threats, blackmailing, threatening, even executing violence against others, and many other cases of bullying besides. You were guilty on every single count, Ronald Griffith. Before anyone could fully understand what was happening, the student was on the stage and staring Ronald down. All eyes were fixed upon this elegant figure. Lee, without any effort at all, she had a protagonist from some epic tale of making her long-awaited appearance. Hey! Damn it, Red, must you insist on getting in my way at every turn? He growled through a sheet of sheer rage. In contrast to the recently absent Ren responded with brilliant composure. You are the one getting in the way of the fair running of this important election. Your countless crimes have made a mockery of the whole process. Ren then turned from Ronald to the rest of the student body as she continued to list his crimes alongside the still running video. Some listed frowns, others sympathy, others complete silence, but by the time she was finished, all reunited in a single overpowering emotion: anger. It brings me no joy to say this, but about a fellow student, but I'm afraid it must be said. Ronald Griffith, you do not deserve to even attend this prestigious school, much less be the president of its student council. Similar censure from other students followed in rapid succession. Yeah, she's right. Stop ruining our academy. You've gone too far. Ren's accusation was the only reason for their anger. The students of Artemis had long rolled Ronald's oppressive behavior. They only hadn't spoken out before because they were afraid of his father's power. Now that they realized he could be stopped, their anger had reached an explosive boiling point. Ronald slowly found himself at the center of a torrent of abuse. He looked to his active support, but even they refused to meet his gaze. It dawned on him just how fragile all he thought he built was. Rage gave way to instant deep despair, and casting glare of rage toward Ren, Ronald hurriedly sprinted out of the auditorium. Although it was completely out of sight, did the air erupt with cheers of joy. In the end, addressing the aftermath of the election took long enough that by the time she left for the gates, it was already evening. And even with how late it was, instead of walking her usual route home, she stepped off the path to enter an entirely unoccupied park. How does this work? No one is going to interrupt us here, so how about you come on out? In response to her words, Ronald emerged before her for the first time since he ran away earlier in the day, and with 10 or so companions in tow. These men weren't his usual lackeys, but instead vicious figures with dark expressions and gaudy clothing. They were clearly not students of the academy. More than likely, they belonged to some local gang. You don't keep very good company outside of school now, do you? With how they're dressed up, I assume you must be off to a party or something. I'm going to wipe that smug smirk right off that face for good, Red Bright. My dazzling future in politics was guaranteed, but now you've gone and ruined everything. What am I supposed to say to my father now? That's your problem, not mine. Or are you so small a man that you can't own up to the consequences of your own mistakes? Not a second passed between his outburst and the manner in which she snapped back, causing his temper to grow twice as vile. That's it. I don't care what it takes. You're going to pay for thinking you can cross me and get away with it. Have at her. There won't be any consequences for going too far. My father will see to that. The lights sprung into motion upon Ronald's signal. But what followed made them their eyes. Ronald could not understand what just unfolded before him. His eyes relayed the information well enough, but his mind rejected it completely. The second after he ordered his new lackeys to attack, Ren had produced a monstrously sized black and gold scythe from thin air. This in itself was beyond comprehension, but it wasn't the last thing to be so. The scene was like a cat toying with a powerless cornered mouse, except in this shocking case, Ren was the cat, and his men were the mice. They surrounded her at first, and yet all it took was a single swing of her conjured weapon and caused most of them to collapse to the ground. In less than 10 seconds, their confidence had crumbled with their bodies. The mice had made to scurry as fast as they could, but the cat gleefully gave chase. There were even moments where she let a few think they had gotten away, only for her to immediately close the gap between them. It was only after she was bored that she would knock them unconscious like the rest, then she would seek delight in her next hunt. Like heavy sacks of potatoes, the men fell one by one, until only Ren and Ronald were left. This can't be happening. The young man was still struggling to come to terms with what he had just witnessed, as Ren stretched her limbs like a bored child still gearing up to play. Amateurs, every last one of them. I thought I could at least have a little fun. Oh, but don't you worry, I didn't actually slaughter them. She turned her gaze from the spectacle of her own creation to Ronald. Would you be open to giving me a little more entertainment, perhaps, Ronald? While twitching fear at the mention of his name, in this moment she was now nothing more than a beast in human skin. Stay away from me. My father's in Parliament, you know. Sure, I anything on me and you'll regret it. His response was an expression of pure pity before tossing what appeared to be a magazine at his feet. So one of today's tabloids, you might find its contents relevant. What? First he was baffled by this shift, but the second he picked the cover, his face went pale. Representative Griffith suspected of bribery and connections to organized crime, read the headline. In giant punchy lettering. There's a whole special feature on Your Dearest Daddy, complete with evidence. Mentioned that the CID is going to be conducting an investigation as well, so this may be the last day you can say he's in Parliament. My condolences. No, no. So visceral was his shock at the news that the simple word was all he could muster. Even then, finished. So now that he's been removed from the equation, ask again, would you be open to giving me a little more entertainment? She gets closer and closer, scythe in hand, and a sadistic smile lacing her lips. Ronald tried to retreat in fear before tripping over a rock and falling hopelessly on his backside. All he could do was watch her as though she were the Grim Reaper, tears of snot streaming down his face. The Grim Reaper? I mean, close enough. Be a doll and play with me, then you'll understand why they used to call me the Angel of Slaughter. Oh no! She raised her scythe above her head and ready to swing it down before realizing what she said. Oops, a grown woman wouldn't play with dolls though, would she? And here I thought I could better control my childish glee. She covered her mouth with her free hand, blushing with feminine modesty at her slip-up. Now this was befitting the proper lady she wanted to reflect. After composing herself, she turned her attention back to her prey, only to see he was already unconscious. Finished? As she left the park, a calm young man called out to her. I certainly am. Red met eyes of the brown-skinned young man leaning covertly against one of the trees. It was safe to assume he had witnessed the entire affair unfold. Oh, bro. The guy left the park for a refill before speaking with slight but genuine admiration. You really are something. In what way? In every way. Even if I was more struck by the hacking abilities of the famous Kitty than the combat prowess of the infamous Angel of Slaughter. Still hard to believe he managed to find dirt on his bigwig dad that easily. Ren's response was matter of fact, showing no sign that his praise had gone to her head. Most people just aren't as cautious about cybersecurity as they ought to be. Understandable with how new most are to it. Of course, it isn't nearly as easy as this was when you're dealing with leading corruption, corporations and politicians at the top of the food chain. You made it sound like you've tried before. Maybe I have. Red smile was both cryptic and darling. I'm more impressed with you. You were quite quick to write a piece that's scathing while also finding me exactly the proof I needed. I'm glad Grace introduced us. Just doing my job. The man's name was Dingo, and he was a professional reporter for a tabloid. He was extremely capable at his job, very well connected, and held a reputation for never shying away from danger. After being introduced to one another by Grace Lynn, he and Ren made a deal with one another just a few days prior. The terms were simple. Dingo would provide Ren with proof of her own misdemeanors, and Ren would use her hacking abilities to provide evidence of his father's crimes. Both were now reaping the rewards of the other's success. Though I'll admit that I did get some help from a friend. He was not too pleased about being asked to look into a scummy politician's equally scummy son, but he pulled through. Oh, you just have all kinds of connections, don't you? She did sense someone other than Dingo was acting on her behalf while she was off school, but she wasn't sure who that someone was. Curious sensation regarding the identity remained as she continued the conversation. You know, I'm surprised you didn't meet with any resistance in running that story. That just goes to show how big a fan the government was of Griffith. They left him alone because he didn't actively oppose the current president's party, but from the CID's perspective, his chance to take him down was about as good as it was going to get. That does sound like something Miss Title Master over there would do. I can't say I like the feeling of being used by her, but oh well. Dingo then made a curious observation. I have to wonder why you went to such lengths to get rid of a small fry like him. Did he really bother you that much? Ren glanced briefly at Ronald, still collapsed on the ground. In the park, before shrugging his shoulders dismissively. Not in the least. I didn't intend for this to go as far as it did either. I only wanted to teach him enough of a lesson so he'd leave me alone, but it was then that the younger student who tried to save her came to mind. I think the students deserve a much better student council president than him. So that was most refined. As Ren expected, the allegations led Ronald's father resigned from Parliament while he resigned from Artemis Academy. A group of students who exerted power over the student body with his backing vanished overnight as a result, bidding peace to return to the grounds for the first time in too long. One thing, however, came from this that Ren had not expected in the least. Here are all the documents relating to the next month's budget. Still Council's new president accepted documents from the blonde-haired first year in charge of general affairs, perusing them straight away. After Ronald dashed from the auditorium on the day of the election, most of those in his group would put down their in timely fashion. The voting still took place even then. Once all was said and done, nearly 70% of the votes cast were disqualified. This is because they were all in favor of someone who never had put her name on the ballot, Ren Bright. What? Artemis Academy was known for how little its staff interfered with the many liberties it gave its students, but this time the staff was clearly concerned that dissatisfaction with Ronald was going to present dire problems in the future. The teachers then chose to negotiate with Ren, and in the face of such fervent demand, she reluctantly accepted the position of student council president. None of her duties posed a challenge to her, but by accepting it, she had completely and utterly failed her initial goal of avoiding attention. I wonder if this is how the Thorns Branch campus first student council president felt when he was elected. Even I couldn't believe it when Tina told me. Alright, it is what it is, I suppose. I'll just have to make this as best I can. Sunlight beamed into the student council room. The blonde-haired girl and two of her friends struggled with the new workload they were adjusting to. Zen sat there, ears open to random talk and the occasional grumble, and thought crossed her mind. She had no end of real-world worries. The problems arising from rapid technological development, the society's next move, the ominous winds of change blustering over Calvert. Despite all those, she wanted to enjoy her simple time here while she could. Let's say we get this work done so we can celebrate with the tea party. The arrival of spring was now a distant memory, even if summer had yet to come. There was nothing particularly spectacular about this time. It was just another ordinary, beautifully bright afternoon. Bright. Puns. Also, my throat is gone. An unconventional student, the end. If there's a third one, I'm gonna flip shit. Fuck! Forward, sword in hand. Oh, fuck me. September, year 2007 of the Septian calendar. I cannot accept. I was not one to mince words. The hulking bear of a veteran bracer, Zin Vathek, could not hide his disappointment, puffing out his bottom lip with a sigh as he stood before me. Not again. You gotta resign yourself to the inevitable one of these days. I'd been indebted to this man who was as capable as he was kind since my first days in the guild. Truly, I didn't wish to be a source of vexation for him, but the wish alone was not enough. I have neither the experience nor skill to be worthy of A rank, so I cannot accept your recommendation. Racers are assigned ranks based on their strength and achievements, with A rank being the highest, on paper at least. Its members are the very face of its beloved organization. And as such, ranks are a metaphorical badge of honor to be worn with pride, so how had I received multiple recommendations for the most prestigious rank in 6 months? Spared effort in working to hone my craft in the years I joined after school, and certainly I wouldn't classify myself as a doe-eyed newcomer. To have my name among the greats of the guild, absolutely not. But after turning down my first recommendation, the second one had come from the guild's headquarters in Lehman. If you ask me, you got both in spades. There's something else making you lead toward a no? Zin's awkward smile told me he had been pressured by headquarters to persuade me. I folded my arms. Setting aside whether you're overestimating me or not, which I believe you are, there is. I would very much like to not stand out any more than I already do. I've been getting offers to be a model, to star in films. It's been frankly exhausting forcing them to give up. Now, what do you think would happen if I were to accept a promotion? I'll be neck deep in the same mess all over again. Okay, that makes sense, but sorry, you're a 1-2 punch in the beauty and bronze department. Trying to lay low's a lost cause. The kind of fans you're getting, maybe you should consider the silver screen after all. Who knows? You might walk away with an award from the film festival. Zin's laugh was hearty in contrast to my unamused frown. Much as I respected him, he could do with showing a little more decorum. That's not funny. I understand being in the public eye to some extent is inevitable. And I've accepted it, but I'm a bracer, not an entertainer. I wasn't trying to be funny though. You gotta find a way to let off some steam. Or you're gonna break when we need you put together the most. It happens to the workaholics like you more often than you think. I didn't think I was pushing myself as much as he implied, but I also couldn't deny there was a nugget of truth to what he said. We were getting off topic. Just why is headquarters so desperate for me to become an A-rank bracer? I can't see the logic behind it. Well, you see, starting with what you know, the reparations from Erebonia have beefed up our economy this year. So all kinds of new investments are pouring in from across the continent. Now, I'm no economist. People go where the money's at, and where people go, conflict follows. That's just how it is. I saw where he was going from there, electing to expand upon the rest myself. So now we have disputes between mega corporations and a stark increase in Jaeger activity. These are in addition to the known growth of private military companies and increased tensions between mafias. You got it. You think it's bad now? It's only going to get worse from here. That's why Lehman wants to up security here while promoting our rising star, you. They see it as good PR for the guild and a deterrent to any potential threats that are thinking about stepping out of line. Perhaps I was more vaguely aware of their goal in using me than I wanted to admit. This didn't make hearing the answer any more satisfying. If they have you asking me to play my part, then surely they have asked you to play your part already. You've been recommended for S rank, haven't you? If you know of a better deterrent than having an S rank in Calvert, then I'd like to hear it. They should just throw it back at him. I swear, if there's more than 3, I'm gonna cry. Zin scratched the back of his head awkwardly upon my statement. I just don't think I'm up there with someone like Cassius Bright. S isn't even an official rank, and even if it was, just look at me. Think a guy like me is a picture-perfect advertisement for the guild? Think you have the skills, achievements, and build to be one? Yes. Quick response. Alright, point made. I can't force you to take the recommendation, and I'm not about to be a hypocrite. Just let me know if you change your mind, okay? With that, the conversation came to an end, and the guild's bracers gathered to begin our routine meeting of delegating open requests. This is how I preferred things. It was better to stay like this. There's a point when I wanted to be something more. I can no longer remember when that was. Sometime during my childhood it happened, I'm sure. I just recall realizing how small the world truly was. So I prayed and longed to become someone I was not. It was around high school when I thought I became that someone. Those years were unforgettable. I'll never forget the unexpected reunion that was had there, nor the priceless treasure I had gained. Truly thought I had gotten closer to who I wanted to be. But in the end, it was just wishful thinking. My hand once held was now empty, and I was still a nobody. But I refused to stand still. I grew unrelenting in following the new path I chose for myself, ignoring my family's objections. My motivations had changed, however. I no longer possessed that girlhood desire of becoming something more. Becoming someone. I just needed to keep moving, however aimless that movement was. Who's the third person? Well, aren't we looking gorgeous today? With a whimsical wink, a familiar bartender welcomed me to his establishment. He was a tall, affable man who lived by his own rules and never hesitated to lend a helping hand to others. He knew only much of the Crossville City branch as a receptionist from the few times I visited for work. Michelle! I missed the mans! He's in this game, and I already missed the mans. The place was nearly empty today. I sat down on the counter seat farthest from the door as he approached. Usual, sweetheart? I stopped by here after a hard day's work on occasion, and whenever I did, I always ordered coffee and a light snack. This is not coffee and snacks kind of day. I want something with alcohol, even beer will do. Not all fazed by the vagueness of my order, he walked away and started preparing my drink. It was long before he turned and placed an elegant glass in front of me. I think this is a little more you than a beer. It's a beautiful cocktail composed of 2 colors, a clear blue, like that of a priceless sapphire, and a calming jade. No doubt he could tell how disquieted my heart was and was trying to soothe it in his own way. I thanked him inwardly before daring to broach my other reason for coming. Have you learned anything more about what I asked? Apart from being a skilled bartender, he was also a well-known informant. I am dead! He's extremely well connected to the guild, the press, and even the criminal underworld, but he was very careful never to overstep his bounds with that last one. Indeed, I found him to be a valuable source when needed. Roach could say yes, but not even Dingo has any promising leads. Still, I think you've got your eyes on the right district. It's only a matter of time before they get smoked out. I see. The guild's investigation turned up nothing. I was hoping you would better point me in the right direction, but it seemed this was going to be a lot harder than I hoped for. Things will work out. Just pace yourself and keep at it a little bit at a time. It also applies to that cocktail. It's a strong one, so don't drink it all at once. Tilted the glass delicately between my fingers. As he stepped away, my mind continued to wade through the case I was following. There had been a stark increase in illegal drugs in the market, not just any drugs either, but ones of the highly addictive, dangerous variety. Heyway, who effectively ruled over the criminal underworld in Calvert, ordinarily limited their proliferation in the market as part of their rules. Limiting the number of drugs was, of course, far from the ideal elimination of them, but none could deny that the syndicate's actions had brought some semblance of order to where chaos often reigned supreme. Yet the past few years had seen a worrying number of criminal groups rebelling against these carefully curated rules. One of these groups was surely behind the change in the market, and all of this held a presumed connection to missing people. The guild and police had been tasked with searching for 2 children below the age of 10, a boy and his younger sister. They simply left the house one day and had not been seen since. Evidence suggested they came from a perfectly orderly family on good terms with one another, so the likelihood of them running away was slim. We mulled over the suspicion that they had been abducted for ransom early on, but not a single demand was made following their disappearance, so it was quickly ruled out. Despite a healthy amount of manpower that was coming from both sides, neither the guild nor the police had yet to find them. That said, the search so far had not proved entirely fruitless. Their last known location was fortunately established, and it was, unfortunately, a popular site for illicit drug trade. The working theory from there became that the siblings witnessed the transaction were held captive by the criminal parties involved as a result. If that held true, then the longer it took to find them, the greater the danger their lives were in. The abductors wouldn't do anything right away. Murder, leave trace, hide. It was only a matter of time before they resorted to that or trafficking abroad to be rid of them. With each passing second, the odds of the children being returned unharmed were dropping to 0. At the same time, all of this was pure speculation on our part, based on a single established location. For all we knew, it had nothing to do with the criminal underworld at all. Potential dangers thrown around made inaction an agonizing task, but if there was no evidence to go on, action was impossible. We could forcibly arrest any suspicious people on site and make them talk should we wish it, but that would be a direct violation of the guild's code and its founding principles. The Brace Guild always sought to be an ally to the people first and foremost, so resorting to criminal acts to obtain evidence was out of the question. Fully strict adherence to our code didn't stop us from being able to resolve so many crimes, thereby putting the people we swore to protect in danger. It was the ultimate impasse. As I found myself pondering on this impossible dilemma the Bracers had placed themselves in, a familiar face came to mind. It was a childhood friend with blue-tinged unkempt hair. Though we had lost contact with one another some years before, he one day returned to the city as suddenly as he had left it. Soon after starting up a peculiar profession that skirted the line of legality to a dangerous degree. The kind of profession that could easily involve himself in the affairs of many an unscrupulous individual, or so I believed. Just what did that idiot think he was doing? He walked out of my life without warning and walked back in much the same. Spent so much time searching for my new reunion would be an awkward one based on how we parted. For him to return after all that waiting, all that searching, and dive into some questionable enterprise so different from my own was almost too much to bear. It gave rise to many concerns as a bracer, and many more concerns as a friend. And the one that bothered me most was, why didn't he come to see me? Did he have any idea how worried I was about him? How worried I am about him? Irritation building. I took a large gulp of my cocktail, but the alcohol only fanned the flames of anger burning in my heart. They burned brighter and brighter still, becoming a dazzling white that projected countless transient images of the past. Then, just as quickly as it had flared, my anger faded in an instant, replacing itself with a very different emotion altogether. Why did you leave me? The words slipped from my mouth without me realizing it, making me feel downright pitiful once they were said. Someone to see me in this state. Instead, I haven't moved on, I see. A familiar but unexpected voice called out to me, causing me to jump slightly from surprise. I quickly regained my composure. Just have a few choice words I'd like to say. My response feigned calmness as best I could. Could help but think I had more than a few choice words, really, but following up with that would aid my annoyance in a way I would rather not further. Oh, imagine you have more than a few. Right, of course you would see right through me. A respectable man that sat down next to me as though running into each other was no coincidence. He was another childhood friend of both myself and the one else I'm renting over, and someone who followed a remarkably different career path from either one of us. Still bother you that much? Why not just go and see him? You already have his address by now, surely. Could I, with how much time that's passed? As a moment of response weakly, I thought I could hear the man next to me chuckle. Well then, I suppose there's no need to rush things. With your lines of work, I'm sure your paths will cross naturally enough in due time. You didn't expect that kind of response. You make it sound so romantic. Unless you forgot, I don't struggle with expressing what's in my heart the way he does. Now since we're here, how about a toast? I'll make your next one non-alcoholic. Unless you have forgotten, I can handle my liquor just fine. Thank you very much. We'll just spend the rest of our time reminiscing about the past. It's been too long since we were able to just sit and talk like this. Wasn't and I had become estranged, but both of our jobs made it a trying task to meet, even at the best of times. And by the way, I've heard you were turned down becoming an Eric Bracer again. Of course, that wouldn't escape the CID's ears. The information itself wasn't confidential, but he already knew something, however unofficial it was entirely typical of him. The Ray Skill focused on protecting civilians, while the CID focused solely on the needs of the president in office. The groups were neither enemies nor allies, they simply had very different goals where work was concerned. I know it isn't my place to tell you to accept the offer, however. He paused before resuming his tone, becoming markedly more serious. The times we live in demand a new hero, that much is clear. I had no idea what a realistic game was trying to say by implying I was a hero. Before I could inquire further, he changed to the subject that was likely what brought him to find me in the first place. Now, if you don't mind, I have something that will be of interest to you regarding those missing children. My eyes widened from the unexpected change and continued. We've identified the group that made the district their turf, as well as have compelling evidence of crime taking place. You may proceed as you like in cooperation with the police. I couldn't believe it. On a fine civil platter, he had given me just cause to act. Since the information came from the CID, there was no reason to doubt its veracity. I felt it. I was on the verge of rekindling my girlhood desires. All I had done till now was follow life where it was taking me. My throat is... I swear, I am so glad I'm taking my setup apart after this. All I had done till now was taking me, and yet here I found myself before a new path that could lead to that someone I once wanted to be. This deviation terrified me. What if it led to me losing someone again? What if it ended in more pain? My fear begged me to stay idle. I was a fragile human being at my core, and I knew it well. It made me wish I was anything but. It inspired me to take up the sword and rebel against my any whispers of weakness, and play the part admirably on the surface. If I were forced to face cruelty in the future, I wondered, would my heart be able to take it? Something tells me she's part of the main Calvert group alongside Ren and Mr. Bluehair. As I sidestepped to the left, I shifted my center of gravity and unleashed the furry slashes against my first throw. Using that momentum to thrust both myself and my blade toward my second. Two lower-ranking monsters fell to the ground. They were members of a mafia I had been chasing, and right now I was in the thick of their den of operations. My friend gave the guild and police the excuse we needed to take a more direct stance against our targets. His information was vague, however, so we still had to discern their precise location on our own. I, Zin, and several other braces agreed it would be best to spare our forces and attack several locations in unison for this part of our mission. Based on what just transpired, it appeared my location was the lucky winner. There's the intruder. Hey, I've seen her before. She's in the paper. 2 more reinforcements arrived, but I was hardly going to give them that time to act. I raced forward, swinging my sword twice as I passed them, and they fell before they could even raise their weapons. I advanced, mobsters appeared in droves, presumably word of my arrival had already spread. There she is. She's that bracer word's been going around about. Well, damn it, what if the immovable's here too? Don't be chicken shit. It's one woman, we can take care of her. They then charged me in a mass, at least 10 of them, with more reinforcements on their way from farther inside the building. Forcing my way through with how many they had and their numbers was risky. The sensible thing to do would be to wait till the other braces show, but I also had to consider, what if by waiting afforded them often time to wield the children as hostages? Weighing the 2 options, I concluded that whatever, at least the chance of that happening was worth the cost. I need to push on and settle this now. Besides, I believe that I had nothing to fear from this pitiful group as they were. With seasoned combat veterans, they could have used their numerical advantage to implement complex formations and cornery, but they did no such thing, the amateurs. Dare to believe they held a candle to Heiwei's martial arts. In the face of one of my experience, their bloated size was more of a hindrance than help. They wouldn't be able to utilize even half of their potential against me. First, I had to position myself and them appropriately. To ensure the gun-toting wielders among them were in each other's line of fire, while lining up the closest range fighters to a single spot, they would soon have bigger worries, friendly fire. The vulnerabilities would then spell my victory as I cut them down. 1 down, 2 to go. The precious seconds after defeating a foe were the most advantageous. Just as a man had fallen, I was on to another before they had time to adjust to my incoming blade. There was no pattern to who was next by design. I chose my targets with stunning erraticism, throwing them into complete disarray as more collapsed to the ground. 3 down, 4. I'd go around them in a wide circle and move between them while remaining ever aware of any surprise assaults on my back. Wade through them till I encountered the ones farthest back. These ones never even considered I would be able to reach them. They were spread so carelessly. They would take up their guns with newly over panic strewn across their faces, but the fate was already sealed. They were powerless as I closed the gap between us. 5, 6, 7. With over half the number down, the remaining mobsters were quickly losing their will to counter. Some attacked out of adrenaline-induced desperation, calculating their next move so poorly that they fell into my long-set trap and accidentally attacked themselves. At this point, the battle was as good as final. All I had to do was continue taking them down until I was the last one standing. There were smaller groups I counted on my way through the building, but I was able to disable them with a little effort. The path they opened up for me eventually led me to their leader. He was a middle-aged fellow, facing restlessly around an unpleasantly gaudy room until I entered the kitchen feet upon the very side of me. Why are you here? Where are my men? Kissing the floors. I answered so calmly and concisely that he balked in disbelief. That's impossible. I set my balls off to build this group from the ground up, and you're saying a girl like you tore it all down just like that. He ignores crude language and drew closer. As I thrust my sword till it sat just between his eyes, he let us squeal. Well, I'm no ordinary girl. I'm a bracer. Don't worry, I didn't kill them. They have only been knocked out or restrained. We'll be seeing them again soon, in prison. I shot a darkened glare in his direction as the tip of my sword wandered down to his neck. Now I have some questions for you, and you will answer them. The man nodded emphatically, his whole body trembling from fear. 2 children, a boy and a girl under 10 years old, disappeared last month. You people abducted them, didn't they? He nodded. I knew it. Then where are they? What did you do to them? They're in a room farther inside. They're alive. At last I could breathe a sigh of relief. My most fundamental objective with coming here could be fulfilled. Next day, asking more about this incident. I thought you all seemed far too weak to be in charge of this district of the city, but after coming across your count book, everything fell into place. You're gonna be half someone else, aren't you? The sword sure of how to respond that he felt completely silent. With that alone gave me my answer. Who is it then? Tell me. Is it A? I can't. Such a fear as oppressed him, resisting as though he generally couldn't say. Then, just as he opened his trembling lips to speak, I heard a strange thudding sound from outside the room. Stepped away from the man, my sword still firmly in hand. Crunching, squelching, splattering. More sounds, these more audible than the first. I didn't know what to make of them, but they made me feel instinctive revulsion as they dragged on. They may have accompanied by faint groans, but if they did, they faded just as soon as the sounds themselves. Men on guard as I stepped out into the hall, we were ready to be attacked from any angle at any moment, and the sight that greeted me defied all imagination. The monsters I fought through mere minutes before were now nothing more than sordid, mutilated piles of flesh and bone. Not just one or two, every single one of them, without exception, had been reduced to bloodied mounds. Some were without heads, others had their organs ripped from their abdomens. Then there were those with their skulls caved in and leaking pulverized brain matter, or the ones with their hearts pulled and squeezed. Each corpse was different, each corpse was unbearable to look at. The plain hallway I traversed with all due speed was now covered in this sticky, slimy red. Who could have done something like this? The sight was so awful that my free hand now shook from disgust. When was it ever necessary to go this far? What could anyone have to gain from this? Wait, no. I realized I had just made a very careless mistake. I turned and hurried back into the room I was just in. I was too late. The mafia leader was floating in the air at the center of the room, as though some unknown force was holding him up by his chest. The monster's sword pierced through his chest. A single streak of blood dripped from his unspeaking mouth. There was no room to believe he was anything but dead. Like all the others in the hallway, he didn't even have time to scream before his life was taken. Who are you? I barked at the center of the room, trying to drown out my instinctive fear with anger. At a glance, only the corpse and I were present, but if I strained my eyes, I could also see the faint contours of another store in the space around them. It must have been some form of active camouflage. I would have thought it basic courtesy to give your name before asking others, charming ace of the Bracer Guild. It was a man's voice that projected true arrogance, as though he were above all others as a matter of course. Instinctively ready myself for bow in response, my action seemed not to faze him in the slightest. No need to spoiling for a fight, I'm simply here to take out the trash after they were careless enough to leave a trail for the CID to follow. He's really talking into a fellow human being. They speak of such gruesome murders in those terms. Are you a business partner of theirs? No, you must be from the group above them. Very good. He then swung his blade aside and tossed the corpse off to the side with all the respect of his cigarette. How could you treat people you worked with like this? People, have you your ears? I said nothing about taking our person, only trash. The same applies to the garbage piling up in the hallway. They've always been so, even before they stopped breathing. It's clear that communication with someone of his nature is impossible. It's this calm reason for intense, all-consuming anger so great that my entire body couldn't stop trembling. You monster. Before I knew it, I had sprung into action, putting every drop of my strength into my blade to launch a swift, unavoidable strike. But he repelled it with one vertical swing of his own. This one exchange was enough to tell me that his strength was well a league above mine. I parried my blow at the most perfect instance, canceling out the force of my attack with so little effort that it barely scratched the surface of what he was capable of. His active camouflage did nothing to hide the monstrous nature of his cruciform sword either. Its design combined silver and black in an unholy fusion of darkness and light, as if chaos itself dwelled within its very blade. It was no common weapon. Even if I continued to give in my all, my odds of winning against him were extremely slim. But at the same time, instincts were screaming at me that I could not allow him to leave. Charged again. If attacking him from the front wasn't going to work, then I would have to go for his side. He blocked that attack with just as little effort. Well, I wasn't done yet. I refused to stop moving, slashing a third time with even more speed than the first two. I shot him in a flurry of them, each one faster than the last. When I reached my physical limit, I darted in a new direction, attacking him from behind. Put my very soul into one overwhelming attack aimed directly at his rear, which you only just make out through the camouflage's distortion. I got him. Now, the second I became sure that victory was in my grasp, this crystal blade carved a great arc through the air in a ferocious spinning slash. I was able to defend myself against the blow, but the force of it sent me flying backward. I was fortunate enough to not have sustained a direct hit. My body shook from not being able to fully cancel its massive weight. Still, I forced myself back to my feet and glared at his form. The difference between us was night and day. It felt as though he could manipulate the very flow of battle, much like a master of martial arts who understood the true nature of all things. Paid no mind to my pitiful attempt at bravado and gave a short laugh before speaking. Impressive. You put up more of a fight than the rumors had led me to believe. What's your goal? What are you trying to do with all your strength? He expected him to reject or ignore me, so I was taken aback when he paused for a sincere moment of thought before answering. Ah, interesting question. An interesting question. I suppose to instill fear. Fear! I almost doubted my ears. Fear is at the heart of all we know. Domination, servitude, order, harmony, and production. All of it exists because of fear. That is why I seek to instill fear in its purest form. Much like the retributive tower that appeared in Crossbow half a year ago. Such a pity that it fell. And there was such pleasure in his words that it made it easy to imagine the expression on his veiled face. And as insane as what he was saying sounded to me, I knew he meant every word of it. You really are a monster. Continue your fruitless attempts to stop me, and you'll understand what I mean in due time. He lowered his blade. As part of gift for assisting me in my house cleaning efforts, I'll let you and those children go. Keep that far to pristine blade sharp for our next meeting, Bracer. With that, I turned to leave. Wait. Just extended my hand, the ground below him emitted a bright glow. By the time that glow had faded, he was gone. He had luckily used the same teleportation spell that certain other criminal organizations were known to rely on. His departure also released all the strength that had left in me, not from relief, but from the exact opposite. I was so overwhelmed with frustration that I let him leave, so afraid of what he might go on to do because I couldn't stop him, that I lost the strength to even stand. Of course, it's just who I've always been. I haven't changed the one bit since the day you left me. Still the same powerless girl I was back then. My work here wasn't finished yet. I walked to the next room. Opened the door, was greeted by what appeared to be an old storage space. There, across the hall, I found who I was searching for. The buttons disappeared, crouched against the wall, the boy trembling on the floor as his sister stood close by. It's okay, I'm here to help you. Kept my tone as gentle and reassuring as I was able. The girl smiled, while the older brother continued on his face. So I walked toward them, careful not to make any sudden movements, but as I did, the boy shook his head vigorously. So I trembled more the closer I got, as though he were telling me to stay away. The answer from that man flashed in my mind. Fear is at the heart of all we know. His poor children were very much in fierce clutches. No matter how gradual I was enclosing myself between myself and the boy, trying best not to provoke him, his body language showed he continued to reject me. We were now within arm's length of one another. Shaking grew more violent, and though he opened his mouth to speak, his voice refused to come out. It's all right. He smiled a most comforting smile. After that, I reached out behind me and grasped the blade of the knife that was being thrust toward me. I turned swiftly, my fingers never let go, and found the one grip of the hill to be none other than his sister. She had tiptoed around my back while I was kneeling to meet her brother and tried to stab me from behind. She had been startled by my halting her attack, but otherwise she stared blankly forward, emotion on her face, nowhere to be seen. I suppose he was right about fear. It controls everything we do. It must have been through something terrifying if it made you resort to this. Know that they were now conditioned by fear to attack anyone who came to the rescue. Paid no mind to the blood from my bare hand slowly dripping to the floor. The cut from the knife was nothing compared to everything else in the moment. My first priority instead was to reassure the girl that I meant no harm. We humans are capable of more than giving into that fear. We can fight it. With courage, we can fight it. My brother's doing just that now. He may have been gripped by fear, but he still fought his hardest through his actions to alert me of the danger his sister posed. Even if it took all he had, he wanted to keep me safe and to keep her from committing an irreversible, regrettable act. So thanks to him that I noticed what she was trying to do. You don't have to be afraid anymore. I'm a bracer. I'll keep you safe. Took the girl into my arms. You're a bracer. Her voice was devoid of emotion. That's right. I'm here to help you. Well, I think I've seen you in a magazine before. Something Blade, I think. That's right. The nickname is a little embarrassing, but I'd be happy if you remembered it. That way, as long as you hear it, you'll know I'm here to keep you out of harm's way. Tied my grip around her as if to stop anything more from hurting her and surrounded her heart with my warmth. Really will be okay, I promise. I noticed her eyes twitch just slightly, and before long her eyes filled with tears. Soon she began to sniffle, at first a small one here and there, till the gradual grew more pronounced, eventually turning into uncontrollable sobs. She had finally been liberated from her fear. Bro, I'm starving. As for me, I had stayed my course. I was too afraid to deviate from my current path. Still, I'd chosen this path with pride in my heart. I didn't think it right to turn my back on it now, but I wasn't going to let it be an aimless journey from now on either. And so, it was another day in the Edith branch of Calvert's Guild. It sounds like that mafia was trying to copy what that other organization of Sessions managed to pull off. Discussing the recent case with Zen, the siblings had indeed been abducted because they were innocent in illegal transaction. The mafia involved then thought to mimic a group of assassins known for raising children with the intent of turning them into professional killers. Their attempts thankfully proved as unsuccessful as attempts to remain covert in selling drugs. The CID found them, and whoever they were working for purged them. Hell of a way to go. If I hadn't been so incompetent, maybe they wouldn't have been purged at all. Rub yourself up about it. The Guild's priority is to keep civilians safe, not criminals. I want to say deserve them for getting involved in organized crime, but it is what it is. Try putting that frustration you're feeling into more personal growth, instead of letting it eat you alive. I was told that while the siblings were going to need psychological counseling for some time, they were fully expected to recover and go back to their everyday lives. Meeting with them had triggered something inside of me. I came to realize that something needed to change. I had to take some kind of step forward. If it prevented me falling to the floor in some dramatic fashion, I just needed to pick myself back up again. With that in mind, I accepted my multiple recommendations. The times we live in demand a new hero. Doing so made me think of what my childhood friend said to me. I didn't believe I had what it took to be a hero. And if I could be even just a brief one able to give the people hope and bash the darkness ahead. But that was reason enough to keep going. Maybe that can make me somebody enough to fight alongside the real hero once they came to light. Well, shall we get down to business? His intern to face me is classic broad brain, even broader than usual. It'll be a while longer before the official paperwork arrives from Redgorns, but I'm sure they won't mind me speeding up this part of the process with how much they want of this. Public now is a bracer who reached A rank at the same age as the Empire's Purple Lightning. Congrats on your promotion, Elena Claire, Edie's Blade. She's a noblewoman. Of sorts. Forward, sword in hand. I swear if there's a fourth one, I'm gonna fucking cry. It's done. Suspension of causality recording engine activity confirmed. Force connection to astral link severed. What? The whirlpool of causality engulfing Erebos and the fated land has at last been unraveled. Though the bell ringing in the end of days is yet to be silenced. You, children of Zemuria, have earned your moment of peace until the time comes to face the final hour. The final hour will probably be the 20th game, because that's like the end of the series. Till you, with hope and fear in your hearts, must walk new trails. This is the end of the first half. Curl starts the second half. Half means there's 20 games.
Rendering browsing interface.
And that is it.
Sealing stones unsealable.
We have 1 red and 3 gold that I need to get. So I might do a bonus episode.
Review missions. Confirming rank points accumulated. S liberation rank acquired.
Reach liberation rank S.
Transferring high rank reward.
Anyway. Oh, hold it. Let me save this here. Hold on. Anyway, with that, that is the end of the Legend of Heroes Trails into Reverie. It has been a fun journey. The end of the first half of Trails is now done. So thank you all for joining me on this lovely adventure. I'll be back. I'll be back once I'm fully on desktop and I have like a proper mic and whatnot. I'll be back then. Don't know what game I'm gonna be playing. As we do, I take 1,000,001 breaks. And unfortunately, the IRL channel is also on hiatus because there's a strike going on. Writers Guild and SAG-AFTRA and whatnot. Anyway, thank you all for joining me. I will be hopefully updating all of the review vids, uploading them soon-ish. I don't know. I need to get into the mood for them. Anyway, tell me if you guys enjoyed the game, the series. What you guys want to see me play next, etc., etc. You know, down in the comment section down below. If you're watching on YouTube, tweet it at me. If you're watching this on Twitch, whatnot. Anyway, I will see you guys in the next series. Actually, more than likely, my next stream might just end up being Final Fantasy 14 something or other. Anyway, I'll see you guys on the next stream, whenever that may be. Bye-bye. Might do a cheeky Monster Hunter Monday.